nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el... Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa la ave, avión, coche, el kilo limo. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que... Nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el...
Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna
Básicamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Villa la vez, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
everybody, and welcome back to the Skyesports Masters in the European Qualifier, which continues to roll on in the quarterfinals. Our second day of quarterfinal action, our fourth day overall of our weeks-long worth of proceedings. 6 teams remain, and as the days go on, we'll cut them down to only one who will make their way to Mumbai. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual, and I feel like we've really come into our own as this tournament has rocked on. Yesterday, especially, had some epic action to see.
And I'm only expecting it to only continue. There is not going to be a lot of favoritism in the majority of games moving forward, which basically means that there can be one dark horse, one just favorite that makes it through. There's going to be a lot of surprises up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, you already made a very key mention as to who your key favourite is going to be, and they succeeded in yesterday's proceedings. So as you look towards our second portion of the quarterfinals as well, we are going to decide who might be the underdog of the other side of the bracket and the other side of the branch itself. Obviously, this is just one of our 2 qualifiers that we have going on for the Skyesports Masters today. So still plenty of action to come over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, just knowing that we get to see the #1 EU team, we get to see the #1 Indian team, and then, of course, we get to see what the main teams are going to be like. The 6 invited teams, they'll be looked at as obviously the favourites in the main event. So if you're able to qualify through, maybe you can upset a couple of Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, the EU Closed Qualifiers, of course, ongoing from now up until Sunday. And if you're an Indian viewer as well, you can still enter the Indian Open Qualifiers running from the 25th to the 27th. So you can get your chance to, of course, have that opportunity to make it to the main event itself. Obviously, a very long road still to get to the top 8 teams in this event. So we're still sort of like feeling ourselves out. But in terms of the EU Closed Qualifiers, Greg, you mentioned we have started to get our favourites involved. We started to get an idea as to who should, on paper, be our victors in our bracket.
Well, the majority of teams that are still left here are in and around-ish the top 40 position on HLTV. And that always dictates there's going to be a lot of strong-end teams. That always dictates that even if you come from round 1, even if you might be looked at as the weakest team here in EU, you're still very strong in the overall landscape.
Well, obviously, we've already seen a couple of squads go out in terms of the tournament itself. You see the 12 teams that we started with. We've already lost Sprout, Gun 5, TSM, Na'Vi Jr. Yesterday, Bait and 3D Max fell out of favour to Bet Boom and Fnatic. And now 2 more teams will also look to get eliminated in our single elim bracket. We'll bring that up on screen and just bringing you up to speed as to what has happened thus far, especially with our key semi-finals and one of the semi-finals which has already been completed at this stage, Dwayne.
So it looks like a lot of the teams on the top row already being eliminated, Jay. So maybe that says something about what we can expect over today and obviously what can come on. I mean, just knowing that for this one, we've had a lot of 2-1s. We have not had many blowout games. I would say in the first round there were some one-sided maps, but after seeing Bet Boom and Bait and Fnatic and 3D Max yesterday, there were some seriously competitive maps.
Well, perhaps for our other invitees in Guild Eagles and Peasy, a one-sided opportunity, a one-sided best of 3 would give them the breathing room to allow them to get some more confidence going into the next round of the tournament. Of course, it is those 2 matches that we will have up on the stage today. Guild Eagles VP Prodigy and Peasy versus Forze. I'm particularly excited for our second match of the day, Dwayne, because Peasy Forze has a bit of history behind it, as well as just the potential of that dark horse in the CIS squad.
I do look at this first one, though, and I still to this day kind of look at VP Prodigy and say, how are they here? In the idea, right, with all these other teams, with all the other squads towards the higher end of Tier 2, the teams that we would normally classify a Peasy, a Forze, a Guild Eagles, a Bet Boom, a Fnatic, that can win events, right? That can go all the way, that can qualify to the land. And then you've got this plucky underdog that's still fighting in the competition.
Yeah, and if they can pull it off, I mean, certainly it are underdogs from here on out, and even against yesterday, their first day proceeding against TSM, they were an underdog at their own right. So the VP Prodigy is a key chance to, of course, step up against a Guild Eagles side who, honestly, Dwight, usually I would say these guys are in the favourite position. I guess they still are, by paper, the favourites in our opening best of 3, but in terms of where they used to be versus right now, it's not all that encouraging.
Yeah, it depends on even when you look at the time scale. I would say for Guild Eagles online, the last 12 months has been really rough for them. And they're still a team that are towards a higher end of Tier 2. They're still a team that are very threatening. And for Guild Eagles, they can't underestimate this VP Prodigy roster today.
I certainly hope they don't. I mean, look, they've got a lot of things that they need to step up upon. Obviously, we've talked about this team as being a great team on LAN versus a not-so-great team online. So just off the basis of that alone in an online competition, you have to have a couple of concerns about their lineup of form. But even that whole LAN conversation and them being great going to the RMRs in the major, they failed the RMR this time around, Blake.
Yeah, they did, but I don't know if it was a complete failure, right? I mean, they lost to Mouse and ENCE in your first couple of games. That's Tier 1 teams. That's teams that are constantly playing at that higher-end level. They beat beat Nexus, they beat Peasy, and in all honesty, they probably should have qualified to the major. They had Ecstatic in that final game of Swiss. They absolutely destroyed them on map number 1, and they had a fairly close map number 2, couldn't close it in 2-0 fashion, went to that third map, and then that's when they just couldn't quite get it over the line.
Well, Guild Eagles will be walking into this match as favourites by default, but as you say, Dwayne, you shouldn't underestimate the VP Prodigy camp. I did not see them beating out TSM earlier and during round number 1, but that's exactly what they did, and at certain points, they look pretty good doing so.
Yeah, Extenazera was without a doubt the one to watch. He was involved in, I remember, 2 back-to-back clutches on Overpass, and I also remember 3 out of 4 rounds going the way of VP Prodigy were all down to 1vx's, and look, that was a helping hand. There's no denying that one. When Overpass, the third map decider, finishes 13-11, I want to say the only reason that VP Prodigy won that game was down to clutches in the tail end.
Well, look, in terms of us as looking at this team as an academy side, you might be looking at some of those star players, seeing whether or not they have definitive futures, and if they keep this up against the likes of Guild Eagles, and that would be a nice case study towards their name. But of course, they have to beat them in a best of 3. Talk me through the map, Veto, Dweg.
Well, normally, Ancient gets picked, or I should say Mirage gets picked, and Anubis gets picked. Those are the 2 go-to maps right now for both squads.
And indeed, Mirage and Anubis will be out first and foremost as our packs, and Ancient will be the last map in the decider of our best of 3.
Yeah, so I look at Ancient as being the second go-to map a lot of the time. So for Guild Eagles, if they don't get Mirage, if it's a permaban for someone else, they normally lean into Ancient. And for VP Prodigy, it's pretty much the same conversation for them. I mean, look, they even picked Ancient against TSM in their opening game. So I would say there's comfortability in that third map decider for both teams. For Guild Eagles, they're always going to look very strong out on Mirage. And I look at Anubis as well, and for VP Prodigy, it probably should be going 3 maps. I mean, you do have to give them the respect of what they were able to achieve in that opening game against TSM.
Yeah, look, you have to give them credit for the results, right? And certainly when you consider what they possibly could have done against the TSM side. I mean, you mentioned Ancient obviously being a map picked into that last best of 3, and that was an 11-13. Like, it wasn't that far gone from the likes of VP Prodigy and their victory. So yeah, it does feel like that they probably should press us to 3 maps. I feel like that they've proven enough to at least show us that much. I mean, I'm not as confident in Guild Eagles at the moment as where I used to be with them in terms of them being like a key significant higher end tier 2 team. At the moment, they are a weakened squad in my eyes.
Yeah, they are, but they probably shouldn't be in this game, right? I mean, you have to look at the competition and say, okay, we can maybe say that there'll be some struggles against a Bet Boom, against a Fnatic, maybe a Peasy, maybe a Forze. You have got the best draw. Guild Eagles have to look at this entire quarterfinal matchup and say, this is the best team we could have got.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, look, in terms of who the teams coming in from round 1, VP Prodigy probably have to be the weakest of the ones that did make it through, right? So the idea, and even then, we thought it was going to be TSM, and that was an upset for VP Prodigy. So for Guild Eagles, you are looking at this and hoping that they have some confidence, but they have been losing to teams that they probably shouldn't lose to. Yes, the RMR run was pretty significant, but you look at their qualifier runs especially and how they haven't been able to hold themselves again in the online environment, right? They have that whole like situation where it's like, yeah, they need to make it to LAN, but they can't do that unless they do one online. Exact same scenario here in this qualifier.
I would say their open qualifiers look a lot weaker than their closed qualifiers. So that's at least something where you can prepare a little bit more for your opposition. You've got best of 3s. I mean, in saying that, their last best of 3 that they played on HLTV was up against Lotus, which is Rogar, Sergo, and Maki in that, which is a pure mixed team, and they lost that one. So for Guild Eagles, their track record in the last few months is losing to a lot of teams that they should be beating 100% of the time.
They should be beating VP. Is that going to be a bad sign? Are you predicting Guild Eagles in this series, Dwayne?
Yeah, 2-1 for the Guild Eagles for me.
I'm going to go 2-1 as well, but any underestimation, any complacency in this best of 3 will allow a perfect window in for the Academy side. Pistols going live on Mirage to kick things off. Guild Eagles will be on the T side, and very quickly Synopsy will charge into the meat grinder. Kusmi and something in with their picks back. Rigon cannot deal with Extenazera in the corner of the short play. 2 versus 5 immediately off the back of that early engagement from the Guild Eagles camp. The aggression not working out for them. GXX trying to get something back, but it's not happening. Center in a 1 versus 5. This is a pistol for VP.
But for Guild Eagles, you're just running into a trap. You've got 3 on B, all on a tuck setup. So you're getting out of the apartments, you're getting out to the balcony, and eventually when you drop into the bomb site, you've got 1 at jail, you've got 1 out there in the arch and get right position, and then just a full-on crossfire being set up. And Guild Eagles didn't even get a look in.
Overwhelmed in an instant. Good start for VP. Precisely what we want to see out of them. Just get on those early front foots and allow those early half streaks coming in with the economy advantage you'll have over the likes of Guild Eagles. 4 spies coming in from them. VP to win this, convert an eco, go up 3-0 and just build upon the rifle from there.
M4 looking down towards ramp for Extenicera, positioning himself quite aggressively into sandwich, and this is actually a powerful position up against Eco Pistols.
For a guy that's been so powerful over the course of this tournament so far, see if he can hold his nerve in the defensive. Smokes ahead of his position. They're all focused on the central site. Defensive, no one checks. Sandwich, 2 kills for Extenicera, trying to transfer to that third. Zwischka can finish off Rigon and double up onto Synopsy. Nothing for GXX left. Even the ammo running out against him. USP's pulled. Man to fall. Very nicely done.
Extenicera actually played on the SG Pro organization, and we know that while that was a team and an iteration of players that was towards the lower end of the CIS scene, they actually had some very good players come out of that org. I think you have a look at Roofire, one of the lower level in-game leaders, but the one that always comes to my mind is Fame. And what he was able to do progressing out from SG Pro out on K23 and then eventually on VP. Guild Eagles worked in with the Force Buy and were unsuccessful, so now down to a lighter eco in round number 3.
As I said, should be 3-0 start for them. We'll see how Guild will play themselves around these pistols, see if they can isolate any cheeky picks. Unfortunately, not able to do so on the first phase of Synopsy. VP, even with the jump phase to look for information, the damage that can be done by that pistol is pretty much minimal.
Guild Eagles are currently online on a 4 best of 3 losing streak, I should say, losing to Pera, Ruby, Incilio, and Lotus. The last 3 teams having a HLTV world ranking of 127, 70, and unranked.
Very low. As is the potential in this round for Guild Eagles, negated by shading that last pick back. 3-0 start again for Virtus Pro Prodigy. The Guild Eagles will now bring their guns into the fold. First rifle round of the day.
And for Guild Eagles, this could potentially be the very good response to what would have been a disastrous exit at the RMR. Again, they were only 1 map away from qualifying to the major, but for a team that kept qualifying to majors directly, that would have felt like an insult to the boys to not do it this time around. So what LAN event is going to be their first to qualify through after the RMR is now going to be the next question.
And it could well be this one, that's part of the point. One of those teams that tried to make a run of the major, didn't quite do so, one of several in this qualifier bracket. Trying their hand at the Masters. Want to work in an opening round first and foremost against Virtus Pro Prodigy. Mid control being worked out by the Guild Eagles camp, a little bit slower this time.
Shady just catches Flatroot trying to work that smoke to the edge of top connector. Something with the spam doing a lot of damage onto Synopsy down in mid.
30 HP for him with a casualty and nothing returned to VP. Not even any damage being done by them. Senna's trying to provide support for his teammate in connector, trying to force Shady back, and he was happy to oblige.
Backstab T-Spawn, check this out.
Yep. Ready to cut that bomb carrier. Meanwhile, the Dark player is about to receive the man out towards Sandwich. Swung upon, the spray comes through, the kill is gained, and now Zwischka can deal with Synopsy. With that, the round should fall apart, especially with Senna being on a 1-on-5.
Ooh, okay, this is a fiery start from VP Prodigy. Get into a rifle round and it's convincing. They're getting on the front foot, they're making info plays. You've got some very good, I suppose, approaches out there to the connector position. And for Guild Eagles, a slow start on their #1 map in the pool.
And map pick and all. CT side bias certainly favouring the VP camp. A little under 70% of their CT rounds on this map in the last few months. Of course, there's only a handful of games being played from them. Regardless, Guild set off on an early back foot, and enough of a back foot going into the second half might be enough for the Academy side to take a pretty major steal in this best of 3.
And for VP Prodigy, they might also be in the same conversation that I had for Guild Eagles in the sort of Rigon and Co will look at this as being a very good draw, but maybe VP Prodigy will also look at this draw and say, well, hang on, we're actually doing a pretty good job of being that underdog team. We know that Guild Eagles struggle against the weaker squads, so maybe it's a good draw for us as well.
Well, Guild Eagles want to turn their fortunes around here. Pistols pulled out in a half-invest round. Set smokes and the execution set piece attempting to get onto that A-bomb site, counteracted by Zwischka and Co. Utility sent down. Not a lot of damage under the engagement. Fun, he does catch Synopsy, and a bit of a gap generated to the left-hand side of that smoke allows Senna to peek, but Zwischka gets him anyway. Only 1 trade, 2 trades, in fact, from the pistols of Flatro and Rigon. 2 versus 3 for them, make it 2 versus 2, but now left in the clutch of the AK on the center of the bomb site, faced upon by Kusmi. Doesn't line up his spray, but Flatro does not know about Externazera. Closing in from the back, his M4 swings, sees the head, can't quite get the full-blown kill. The HE might finish the job. 5 points of health though. Flatro's got to fight, and he will lose that.
That's a very good effort there for Guild Eagles, not working with a huge amount of investment in that round, and from the first starts, it actually didn't look as if much was going to be workable. It's a 2v3. Rigon gets a very good shot out there from top connector. They can get the bomb down, and then instantly Externazera is in a position that he can just fight, knows the info of where the last individual is out there at the firebox. 5-0 for VP Prodigy, but not easy up against the half-buy.
Damaging kind of round there from Guild Eagles, and a very nice turn in confidence off the back of their tactical pause. Unfortunately for them, as much as that damage was done to the CT forces, they've got plenty of cash to rebuy in, so economical hurt will not come in until another round or so. Guild Eagles turn towards their next gun round. Full sets of AKs and an AWP for GXX.
They're trying to work in from mid while there's an underpass maneuver from Dennis Zera. Flatcher's got his knife out at the moment.
Doesn't suspect this, and Externazera's going to get him for it. Advantage taken. Underpass will be contested by the T-sub, but you can see the counteract utility of the Guild Eagles camp. Virtus Pro are going to keep them suppressed away from this position, take them out advantage, and just try and hold it as best they can. Shady, however, does give up his life.
And the AWP tries to strike for another. Kushmi out here to short. There's a lineup. How much does he get? 2, not quite the third.
Still making it a 3 versus 2 situation. Externazera also had some breathing room out of underpass, now into mid. Start to set up for the retake because the plant's coming down here.
Post-plant positions aren't ideal here for Guild Eagles. They haven't been able to get back into the apartments, and they haven't been able to crack open market either.
Slow approach from VP anyways, allowing a bit of breathing room. They're swapping up for those AKs. Sent out around the corner. 2 could potentially line up for him. Gets the first, not the second, leaving it to Rigon now. Backed up behind the truck. Bomb is relatively opened up for his position. Got to try and fight onto him though. Smokes come down, blocked vision on the defuse. Man seen, kill found, second player. Damaged up heavily. Knife is pulled and Rigon is not going to get it in time. VP continue to connect the streak. 6 on the trot.
And this is so frustrating for Guild Eagles. I mean, even the numbers being posted. Synopsy on 0, GXX on 0, Senna on 1, Flatcher on 2. Rigon is the only one that's getting involved in some of these trade kills. Man, this is a serious concern right here for the Guild Eagles.
Not even 10 minutes into the match and they cannot win the half. Too late to strike for Rigon. To be kicking himself at that because that clutch was right there for him, but a tick too late. And VP still hold their presence over the B site. A fast rush coming in again from the Guild Eagles. Mowed down by something. Spray back from Kusmi. Looking for more here. His teammate will fall, but he gets those trades together. Triple with Shady's support. GXX will respond back in kind with his own AWP play, but unawares of the other CTs. Knows that there's one behind the pillar, but everyone else is a mystery to Guild.
The GXX is just hoping for a jiggle. That incendiary down there from Van's going to at least tick him away for quite a bit of damage, and Synopsy falls. Another round goes the way of VP Prodigy. And this might be a little bit of a hot take as well, Jay, but when I look at Guild Eagles for the last 12 months or so, I actually think they've completely lost their identity because they've got too many coaching staff. This was a team that right back at the beginning was very good online. When they were back at Blink and then when they were under Bad News Eagles, they did not have an issue with online events whatsoever. And then you bring in Devil Walk as a coach, you bring in an assistant coach at KJ, you bring in another assistant coach at Crystal, and Guild Eagles have not been able to find form for the last year online.
When you speculated this in the past, and I'm finding it increasingly more difficult to argue against it given what we're seeing on server right now. Too many cooks in the kitchen, perhaps. So on paper, when you have all that back room, you should be able to find success with it. That's not been the case. Guild Eagles trying to set up a return, trying to set up an opening round here on this map, their own map pick. Externazera, look at the balls on this guy to play around the smoke. He doesn't push ahead of it. Gets to the other side to look for a contact, get the kill onto Flatro. Trade back from center is good, but something's still inbound from mid. Rigon's going to get caught. Advantage maintained by VP.
Dwushka is waiting for more of that approach from top con and into stairs, tucked on an off angle. AWP widening up. AK just spots it out, and somehow Dwushka's still alive.
Dives back down towards Dark as well. Something going to wait this out. Nade sent towards position. GXX does catch Dushka in the end. Shady's low HP on his own or back at CT spawn. Does get overwhelmed by Senna in the end. 2 versus 2. Bomb's been tossed over for a decent plant back, and Kusmi is going to get contested. It's a closed off plant, so something cannot deny from jungle, but he can make up a lot of room here. The slow walk to challenge one. No, GXX catches him, looks for the last man, and will connect himself. A full-blown triple for Guild to finally secure the first.
Well, that's what you want from Guild Eagles in a successful point in just an overall contention of this series. You want individuals to make plays. That's when they're at their best. And for GXX, this was a recovery. This round did not look winnable. You're trying to recover, what, a 2v4 situation? And GXX has a great sequence with the big green.
But still VP by. Tactical taken by Guild, their second one of the game. Because this is only a start. They need more out of this second half. The best they can do is a 5 rounds. And of course, the buy-ups won't be sustained by VP anymore. The damage is eventually compounded by Guild Eagles. Round number 9. Full-blown rifles and a swing opportunity for both teams.
Yeah, Guild Eagles played almost as many maps at the RMR as VP Prodigy have had in the last 9 months on HLTV. I mean, how crazy is that?
Almost as crazy as that opening kill. GXX finding Shady, post up a little bit quicker. VP weren't ready for it. That leaves it all on the something as the only player on that B-side defense. If they hit now, he should get overwhelmed, and VP are not exactly in great rotation positions. Mid-controlled establishment instead.
Rigon to try and work a timing now with the window smoke to clear. Going to slow it down and almost wait for a reposition for one that's in jungle or the market to come back into window. VP Prodigy are pretty much just stacking up to A and not moving at all.
A 6 to the good at the moment. VP may rest this round entirely onto one man. Something's AWP is just going to sit pretty and hold the bat lines, the execution, the split play should be coming in.
Yeah, for something, he probably needs a multi. He's going to have a huge round. Honestly, even if he gets 2, they might not go in for the retake. They are so far away. He might have to get 3.
2 flashes over against him. Blind as a bat takes that shot, falls away, and that might just be the save off the back of it as well. Just try to protect your lifeline. Even the tag not landed onto Flatro. Back up. Won't be rotating. Even could get cut off by Rigon. Something's really not in the best place at all here. Strike back from the sniper's nest through the murder hole. Dushka is down. Something has really got no avenue of escape, being closed in upon very quickly. Finally caught back by Flatro, but Rigon responds again. 4-on-2 for the Guild Eagles. They have this round. VP holding for the save. That is 2 on the trot as well.
And what made that round uncomfortable is something's not even the AWP of the team. It's Shady. It's just that something has to pick it up off of him and try and do his best to recover the situation. They tried the gamble stack to A. It was unsuccessful. Guild Eagles, they'll need to go 5-7 at the half. They'll need to go completely flawless from this point onwards.
Getting momentum back to their favor. These M4s are going to be all important to them because the rest of the buy would not be possible without them. Even then, should be lacking in the AWP potential here for the CT side. All 5 on the automatics.
That's really important that both save, because I think that even if one rifle probably got dropped there, it's probably just a half buy. Probably just a lighter eco.
Most likely outcome, so credit to Kusmi and Extanazera. Facing from mid for Flatro, combining with Senna and the AK. Shady is once again the first man down.
Now, the opening man advantages have been coming in pretty quickly from Guild Eagles in the last couple of rounds. Maybe this is something that VP Prodigy need to adapt upon, not taking as many aggressive fights in mid.
Hold their nerve for now. That re-smoke gives nothing for something. It looks like there's a small gap in that smoke to work with, but his angling just isn't correct for it. Might open up in a second, though. Now he's to open up the avenue. Kill for Extanazera, turning attention from the short player towards his direction, but he should be able to maintain his lifeline in this corner until they stop spraying at least. Counter smokes will provide a little bit of cover. He's not going to escape from there. Something. The onus turns towards him. He just barely didn't see the player over at the mid window. Meanwhile, short action coming in from GXX. The AWP at close quarters just barely catches something. The blind sprays of Extendicera not able to trade.
Get out of there quickly, but Customy's going to be able to get on the other side. AWP knows that he's in there at ladder.
Gets the kill against him, just barely evaded the vision of the gun barrel. 2 kills for GXX. Now Flatro looking to act out, seeing the one player outside of Con. Is he ready for the player over at Dark? No, he's not. The kill from Dushka comes back, but Extendicera is dealt with. AK in the hands of the last. Second kill for Dushka. Bomb still not in the control of the T side. 1-on-1, in fact. GXX might have to take this fight directly here. Time is against him. Trying to find his way forward. Will be able to grab that bomb. Or does he? What's going on there? I'm not certain. GXX is moving closer. He's going to try and take the fight against Dwushka. You can hear those footsteps. He has the information advantage. Now he's set straight through. Man has been caught. And VP back on 8.
I think there was a DC in the round. No, there certainly wasn't a 1v1 when they were out there at Cons.
Yeah.
So that's probably what happened. And it might have been that Synopsy had the bomb, and because he DCs, they can't get the bomb back. Maybe a bug or something like that. Because GXX tries to get into the bomb site without the bomb.
Oh dear, Guild Eagles.
Yeah, classic CS2 things. I mean, I don't know if you saw it the other day in the major out on Vertigo, but they tried to plant and then someone got killed and the bomb just dropped right through the floor. Never seen that before.
Not on Vertigo, at least.
I haven't seen it in any map.
There was a famous area at that T-Con in Overpass. Where if you
oh, yeah, everyone
bomb...
knows about that one. No, but this is while planting is what I mean. That it just drops literally through the floor as a bug. Yeah, that one on Overpass was literally just because there was a little hole. Don't know why that was there in the first place.
Well, regardless of the circumstances, Guild Eagles have conceded the round. And the VP, they are just laughing in themselves at the moment. The idea that they've just gotten away with basically a round steal. That 1-on-2 would have been very difficult to play with. Would have had options as well. I think 30 seconds, you would have just been able to make it to that B bomb site. T-side players making their way into a very fast A execution. Dwushka held back in Dark. Teammates inbound from CT. Shady's orb can pick up Rigon, looking for more around this corner. Meanwhile, the action outside of the Palace position. The spray is wild from Senna and Extendicera. Extendicera does get the casualty against him, but Senna is also low HP. Flashing in Snopsy. Dwushka does not opt to face. He does go for it a little bit late, but losing his life. Advantage retaken by Guild Eagles, and the orb is well known about here.
And they're putting a lot of emphasis against this orb. They're trying to drive him further and further back. SMG out here from window, though, strikes against Flatro.
And Kusmi do a 3 versus 3. Senna and Synopsy, low HP on both of those players as well. Only Kusmi tagged up heavy on VP. AWP Shady is so ready for a peek in on Senna's part. No flash support from his team.
Eagles, and I won't say it's surprising either. Again, when you've seen their online track record, they lose to a lot of teams that don't even have HLTV rankings, teams that are outside of the top 100. And looking at this one, I mean, not even putting up a challenge on your map pick and Mirage. The only caveat is that for VP Prodigy, they traded maps in the series against TSM, and that's something that Guild Eagles can look at. I don't know, man. This just doesn't feel right. This just feels like a very poor performance from Guild Eagles.
I have to concur, you know, tech issues aside, like, there's only one round that you can really blame it to that. 7-round streak, the VP got started on. Guild Eagles only got 2 back on a return. They finally isolate an opening kill towards underpass. Extendicera. First man to fall, aware that now mid can get taken for it. And credit where it's due to Guild Eagles. A lot of these opening kills are coming in real quick for them, but it hasn't guaranteed a lock-in round here.
That's very true. They've had a lot of 5v4s. Kusmi, jump spotting. First player that we've seen out there to the Ninja Box 2 on B. If they can drive in a B split, that could be successful. A resmoke to Con for Shady, but they seem to already trying to get on the front side of it.
The shot, oh, what a shot back on Synopsy. Lightning fast look back up ahead of the ticket booth, was spotted by the player over at the stairs. GXX tries to keep control of the man advantage as Flatro strikes out from the apartments, and Rigon's ready for the backstab of Dwushka. Just like that, Guild Eagles looks like they've locked in a third to close out the half here. Shady can at least get Rigon back on the tray, but that bomb's on his way to the B site. He's all the way over at A.
Trying his best, but seems unlikely. Might be able to get one, but I don't think any more than that. for them. They'll be looking to come into the second half and probably just try and get a bit more up. I mean, I even look back at some of the games that they had at the RMR. The last game that they had in the LCQ, they picked Mirage against Gamer Legion and got 8 rounds on their T side. They picked it against Nexus as well. They got 8 rounds on their T side. So when you're kind of on LAN against decent level competition and we're seeing those kind of figures, and now we've kind of seen what's been on offer here in the first half of Mirage, it's just not comparable.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah, not fantastic for Guild Eagles, unfortunately. 6 to the good on VP's half advantage. Now going into the T side, Pistols, Externizera leading the charge into the Palace dive of the A side. Smokes to connect the jungle and stairs. Kills coming in from Synopsy and Flatro, though. Headshots aplenty. Rigon gets his piece of the pie, and Crispy is going to get overwhelmed, so a bit more confidence on Guild in the half start.
Kills come in very quickly for Guild Eagles. Virtus Pro Prodigy try and go in for a quicker aim maneuver, and it just doesn't work out for the first few contacts. So give him a start, give him some leverage, and look to strike come the next rifle round.
Good way to return. Again, get that early momentum on your side of the half itself. For Guild, it might be required to build that foundation of the comeback. Of course, still a long way back if it does happen, and Synopsy still facing some DC issues.
I mean, the unfortunate nature is that I don't have faith for Guild Eagles on Anubis. I've not been impressed with their Anubis all that much recently. They obviously showed it in that game against Lotus where they kind of got banged out on that third map decider. Wasn't really successful for them at the RMR either. I remember them having a really tough time against ENCE. I remember watching that game in particular. They started the first half of Anubis and they were down 0-12 on LAN. And that's one of the last recent officials that we've seen from them on Anubis.
Really not encouraging. We said we could see this one going to a 3-map affair, and on the assumption that map picks were solid. This is anything but for Guild Eagles. Again, they will have a little bit of a window back into the second half.
I mean, there has to be a conversation with roster changes, I think, after not making it to the major. I mean, outside of possibly Zero Tenacity, they're probably the longest-standing Core 3 and Core 5 players that we have in the Tier 2 scene. There's not many other teams that come close. I mean, this Core 3 or Core 4's been going together for, what, 3 years? The Core 5 of players has been going on for about 2.5 years. It's a seriously long time.
Yeah, questions to be asked about that life cycle in the near future. Certainly may even be asking those questions right here and now.
Yeah, look, if they get bombed out by VP Prodigy and we continue to see a lack of qualifications going into the summer break or the player break, I suggest that there probably will be changes. Now, we know that a few of these guys have played on European rosters in the past, so there's no, I suppose, concerns with the language barrier of getting players out and getting players in that speak English. But it's just, I don't know, I always look at them as being the boys. You always see them on LAN and you know how good friends they are. And I suppose that also makes it so much more difficult to make changes. That's why it was always so difficult when you look at the Greyhound and old Renegades rosters in OCE, that because you're all so good friends, it's so difficult to cut someone. Because you kind of know that if you cut that person, that's it. His career's just done.
Yeah, there are no easy answers to Guild Eagles when it comes to potential roster moves. I mean, even just the discussion of who you bring in, right? Like, who would be the key fit for this kind of team culture? Like, in terms of, like, cohesion and, like, chemistry, there wouldn't be anyone that would be able to fit that role immediately. It would take a lot of time. Just because, as you mentioned, good friends in and out of the server, playing together for such a long time. Like a stone thrown in a river, the ripple effect would just ring out possibly for a very, very long period of time.
Well, even from Guild, as an organization, you pick up the Bad News Eagles in anticipation that you're going to be constantly in the LAN circuit, that you're going to be constantly in the major circuit.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been that. So even from an organization's perspective, how much time do they put in this project? I mean, they're paying for 5 players and 3 coaches, the manager staff. there's a lot of funds going into this project, and unfortunately, I can't really see one strong event to their name since they've signed under Guild.
It's a component that we very rarely talk about here is the employers, essentially.
Well, I mean, for Guild, we knew that they had kind of spoken about in the past that they wanted a CS roster, and we were waiting, and we were waiting, and they're waiting, and we've kind of spoken about it over the last few years that the B&E guys and probably the Looking for Org guys as well was clear favourites to get picked up. If anyone was going to sign a brand new roster, it was going to be the unorged teams at the higher end of Tier 2. But now that they've done it, I mean, the results certainly haven't been successful.
Yeah, a lot of questions. No clean answers. Guild Eagles. At least they're not out of this match just yet. It definitely does feel like it with that scoreline being where it is.
Well, they need to come back on Mirage. That has to be the deficit recovered, because I don't think they'll be able to close out on Anubis. So coming back here from 4-9 down, I mean, it's certainly doable, and they are a team that's very momentum-based. I think with just the emotions that they have and the play style they have, it does work when you start steamrolling opposition's economy being ruined. But just after what we've seen so far, it's felt like a very poor day for them to start.
Well, again, they've got this pistol in hand. They've got themselves a anti-eco against Virtus Pro. Prodigy side. With that one deagle onto Shady, the most that they can gain out of this. Look towards their guns in round 15 and fire back from there. So Guild Eagles will get the early start of the momentum. Case of dealing with this round while taking no casualties, looking towards the next gun round and just continuing to establish that confidence from there on out.
Yeah, JXX would love the big green straight away. That's why you can see him only going down to a 5-7 going into round 14. For VP Prodigy, they're hoping and almost baiting that someone's going to get aggressive out to top mid and that they can get an opener. But not going to happen.
Slow to the approach on Prodigy.
And it will be like that on the rifle rounds. We've seen some really slow T-sides from them in their opening game against TSM. Frustratingly slow, and baited a lot of mistakes of the opposition of the international squad.
Baits the mistakes out of Guild Eagles or complacency. Yeah, got the push from Regon. Going for information, holding at the corner. Ultimately realizing, though, the VP do love their slow styles, so don't overextend. As soon as I say that, he goes back in for more, gets his kill, struggles against the second, does bring it together in the end. Shady's Deagle does find his pick. But 2-for-1 responses. Bomb going to try cross out towards the site itself. Line up right there for Synopsy. He gets the one pick. Second player does face in. Something does get GXX, but Flattro's there to maintain dominion over the bomb. Synopsy there with a closing casualty. Number 5 for Guild Eagles does come with some resistance, but it comes in nonetheless.
It's a very good eco. They nearly had 3 players to drop, so economical turmoil can be established in early. JXX with the big green. You'd think the Guild Eagles would like to get their hands on the AKs quickly come this next rifle round and save them in. VP Prodigy, though. Win this round and get yourself up to double digits puts a lot of emphasis back on Guild Eagles to struggle on their map pick and Mirage.
AKs and a Galil versus the AWP M4s. The SMG staying in for Senna. Kusmi driven away from first contact in the apartments. The Molotov just suppressed, involved. The M4s firing back on the city side. Careful positions taken as VP just established themselves, waiting for aggression. They are going to see some down mid. Synopsy careful not to overextend.
Oh, we saw a weak T-side from VP Prodigy up against Metasport in the semi-final matchup just last year. 3 T rounds was gained in their first half, and obviously did not have much of a second half to recover after that. They'll look to try and do one better. JXX to try and see if he can open up the scoreline, and opens up with 2.
Collateral taken, no flash around that corner. Something next to Nazera giving themselves up to the Guild Eagles. Shady with 1 pick back as far as he will go. Kusmi doesn't even find the player up top. GXX ready to receive. Dwushka, all that's left versus 4. Finding that first bomb on his back. There's a lot of things to do in this workability.
And we saw for VP Prodigy, they maybe had one, possibly even two pace-changing rounds in that entire series of TSM. They did not often adapt to those aggressive playstyles. And looking at how the first few rounds have kind of gone here, after seeing that rifle round, it does make you think, okay, maybe a little bit more action, maybe more emphasis on taking fights early will make Guild Eagles feel less comfortable. And no window smoke, just a dry swing from top mid. I mean, that's an easy kill to come through for GXX. Whether it's a collateral or not, just the AWP in that angle is always going to win out a fight.
VP haven't been able to get into bomb sites, so down to the pistol basics, a set piece into that A bomb site, it looks like. Got one walk of extended zero, two players with utility at the ready. Get those smokes to connect the jungle and stairs and pop outs towards the contact. One at underpass can work in from mid for the later split. Guild Eagles just waiting for VP to act, and they're going to act much quicker here.
They get out fast from A, have that late lurk in from underpass too.
Okay, so timing on the part of something. Rigon gets his kill, needs to open up those smokes, get vision back, but unable to capitalize upon that second pick in the end. USP forced to fight out towards CT, getting Dwishka and finding Kusmi. Nice and effective there from Rigon. Extended Zero, all that's left is something is picked up. Tech9 back past the smoke, does get that first kill. There's an M4 that he can try and recover here, but eventually flanked in from short. Guild Eagles will deal with the force buy, or the half buy rather. And look towards the gun buy again from VP, their second rifle of the half.
Rigon's played very well in this entire map of Mirage, and there's no surprises there. He's the highest rated player for Guild Eagles in the last 3 months on this map. Averages a 1.29 rating, always puts in good shifts, always puts in high levels of impact. And out from CT, we've seen him involved into some round victories that have come just off of the basis of him.
VP again looking onto the set piece. They've got one player in Palace that is extending GXX and his AWP. One bullet to connect onto Extended Zero. Will he come alive in this one? Flash is sent. AWP shot is baited. Close quarters. Extended Zero is going to take him down. And now the rest of the teams will swing. Extended Zero with a double onto Rigon and all. Synopsy in amongst the smoke. Flatro is going to get dealt with. But Synopsy can't deny the bomb plant from here. It's down at default. His spray is awkward and Dwushka provides support to his teammate. Bails out the T side. Senna alone versus 4. VP have cracked open their first in the half.
Honestly, Jay, the more that I've seen over the last couple of days of this closed qualifier, the more I think when AWPers are getting baited or just any players are getting baited, they need to just start strafing and not jumping. So frequently, we have seen as soon as they jump, they're just getting caught on geometry of the map. Right there for GXX, he jumps up in Palace, he hits that beam, and mate, there's no safety to get to.
Remember a moment as well over on Inferno in the old library wide position
right.
now.
Yeah.
Like just that little beam on the ceiling. Small differences in the maps. Everyone's so used to it still from CSGO, but gotta change it up. It's a new game. Another set piece set in for VP. I mean, it worked in the last round. How much can Rigon deal with it, though? No aggression from GXX. They're hearing those flashes and Molotovs sent again. Counter smokes are in the way towards the crosses, and the player on center of the bomb site is going to take face. Dealt with immediately by something. Extended Zera, Molotovs deep would keep them away over from the stairs angle. Damage has been done heavily towards both sides here.
Now, this is where VP Prodigy should start initiating CT. They need to start taking some space because they don't have a lot on the post plant.
Something the highest HP player is going to try and push that as Kusmi does get caught by GXX. Wallbang headshot, I believe, through danger. Synopsy and Flatro come up with a couple of their own. And Shady is all that remains. 1 on 3. Incendiary's deep. And quick sing from Flatro catches him off guard. Guild Eagles back on track.
So they had a player get out to T-spawn in what I assume was a reposition to get out to mid to try and fight in from connector. And there was also another backstab that was presenting in T-spawn from a Synopsy's point of view. So that one fight made a bit of a difference in the round. Retake came in pretty quickly. Yeah, I definitely look at that rifle round, though, and I just think that VP Prodigy, they need more space. They're getting the bomb down, that's fine. But without taking CT, without taking jungle, without taking top con, you're just trapped on the bomb site, and that's where the kills just came in so quickly for Guild Eagles.
And they have their counter strats to VP's executions. Tactical taken by Prodigy. To recognize that, to brief themselves on it and try and approach this T side with a bit of a different stance.
Well, realistically, for VP Prodigy, win this round, probably win the best of 3. I mean, 1,400 loss bonus. Money is double eco for GXX, Flatru, and Senna. It will probably have to be a force buy next round.
Will certainly get a leg up. Guild Eagles still playing from the back foot. All-important round for both sides. Nades sent in. GXX hoping for a blind shot through the smoke over at mid-window. Nades to open it up. Sees nothing. Shady's AWP instead catches Synopsy. GXX just getting information, pieces and bits. Nothing major in terms of the kill counts. Guild Eagles, this time they're down by a man.
And they've got an aggressive rig on behind this connector smoke. Spams are coming through. Bullets aren't quite connecting, and he's able to escape and reposition back into con.
All-important risky play that needed to come through to regain the situation. The Incendiary is going to catch both these players heavily damaged up and everything. Another footstep heard. Rigon's going to try to see if he can account for it. Utility thrown up towards top of connector. Smoke against him might bracket him into this position. The Molotovs do miss out from the T side as well. That's not great, and it allows Rigon to get the kill on Kusmi.
Rigon has just been such a danger man, and Virtus Pro Prodigy struggling with the util, the backstab pressed in the apartments, making it awkward. Dwushka can just about get that trade back, but look at the stack that's already on here on B.
Gotta go down the stairs to grab the bomb and everything, so more time stalled out from Prodigy. 2 versus 3 for this execution. Rigon to cut the rotates back from underpass. They're gonna have to commit out of here. Dwushka has to get some serious cracking entries.
GXX is in a strong position. If they pop out from the window, they'll have to deal with the arch player first.
No flashes to support them. Smoke on apps will clear the AWP has seen a pixel, and now they're revealed here. Molotovs are sent, counter incendiaries are also out there. Flatro gets Dwushka, and Shady's got it all to do. His AWP backed up, 15 seconds, no access to the bomb site, no chance in the round. It's a save for him, and a 9th for the Eagles.
And they're struggling to close right now, and Rigon is putting in a very good shift once in. AWP just, I don't even know if he's going to save. He's probably going to go down after time.
Hearing players coming left and right and center, caught off by GXX. Indeed, he does go down. $200 into the next round for the Prodigy man. Oh dear, you might be right about the closing situation. A single in this half. And the 9-3 scoreline that VP Prodigy so confidently took, the Guild Eagles are answering back.
Well, it's flashbacks to what we've seen previously in these closed quals, isn't it, Jay? The 8-4, the 9-3 kind of score lines, and yet somehow the maps are starting to get really competitive, that somehow the maps keep going down into a situation in which it might be an overtime, or it might be another one of those 13-11 kind of results.
What a return as well from the Eagles and everything, right? Like, definitely have the mental game aspect to consider when it comes to them in terms of this map up, like just losing as much as they did. The streak of 7 in a row that honestly looked like that was going to be enough there for the Prodigy camp, but just not to be by the time things look to end here.
It definitely looked that way.
And still, obviously, have to bring back the even stance. They're only 1 round away from doing so on the part of the Guild Eagles camp, and you can see again the rifles can return from the Prodigy side, but they're going to be lacking in that one player. So needless to say, it's a case of just locking on that confidence and again delivering the same impact that we saw in the first half.
And that's where I would say this is where you want ex-Dennis era. Remember, that first gun round that they won in the second half was that double entry that he got out from Palace, that he dealt with GXX after he struggled to move that AWP away in the aggressive angle. And then instantly, as soon as he comes out of the Palace entrance, that's when he can strike with that secondary kill. Maybe that's just what they need. A couple of playmakers. Someone to come up strong. And when you reflect back on the overpass, again, it was the clutches that won it out. It was that X-Factor moment that got them over the line, and I think that's what's required here on Mirage if they want to steal the map.
Many 1vX post plants in the over the course of this half of the T side, so you need to seriously see that step up of potential and that serious clutch ability. Not going to be easy, to say the least, for them here, and with the Guild Eagles being as close as they are now to the scoreline, a lot of things to consider at the moment, Dwight.
Well, for Guild Eagles, it's obviously a very good response. This has been a strong second half from them. They haven't been tested in the majority of rounds. We've seen Rigon obviously working in and around connector with a lot of impact. We're seeing some missed utility for the VP Prodigy side, which just is constantly being exploited. So if you are Guild Eagles, if you are a team that are so momentum-driven, that we know are so emotional, for VP Prodigy's sake, if you allow Guild Eagles to come back from a 3-9 deficit, if you allow them to take their map of Mirage, that's where, for the Academy team, I reckon you lose your edge. You lose the advantage that you built up.
Well, you said that, of course, Guild Eagles are a momentum-based squad, and getting that early sort of start in this half, then bouncing back off the rifle basis, the damage done to the economy state, there is plenty, of course, that they've been working back here, and they've worked back to a point where now they stand at evens against VP. 10 apiece on this CT side. And the money is looking very crippled right now for VP. They're going to go hero rifle in this next round to try and hold on to an advantage, try and regain control over the Guild Eagles camp. But from one poor T side to another, and it feels like VPs might be a little bit worse for wear at the moment.
And this is where, for VP Prodigy, I mean, their map pool's obviously going to be tested quite a bit because it is weak. When you've only played a handful of tournaments in the entire life cycle of your team at this kind of level, you don't have that match experience to be able to develop a deep map pool. Even the ECA Advanced playoffs, they may have got a very good seeding after they were able to get 10 wins in the best of ones, but you come into the best of threes, you beat Forze youngsters, you lose to Permitter, you lose to one win, you don't have the 4, 5, potentially 6 best of threes where you can show a little bit more, that you can be ready for such an important qualifier. This is the best opportunity that Virtus.pro Prodigy could get this year. I mean, a couple of best of threes to get one, get yourself into a best of 5 grand final, and go all the way undefeated and find yourself at a Tier 1 LAN event.
That's all assuming they can get past this best of 3, of course. Which they were on point to do at the very start of the map up. The stellar CT side they had gained has unfortunately been negated for them. Guild Eagles will be fortunate for their own position. The fact that players have started to get involved, that GXX has been getting opening kills with the AWP quite frequently. Rigon has really stepped up to the plate, of course.
And we were talking about it quite early on, that Ancient is kind of that second best map for both of these teams. In saying that, there's a lot more stronger results for Guild Eagles on Ancient, and in the more recent contexts too. So if you do go into that third map decider, if Guild Eagles are able to close out Mirage, that's where once more that entire advantage just starts shifting more in favor of the favorites as this best of 3 series rolls on.
And that's always going to be something that you look at on the part of Guild Eagles and say that that's the reason why they are ranked as favourites by default in this kind of best of 3, because they are playing at that higher level. Yeah, they might have struggles at that higher level, and they might also lose out to other teams that they probably shouldn't do at certain points. But VP Prodigy doesn't seem like they are going to be one of those upset teams at the moment. Strong outlook for them. And still not out of this game just yet. Again, Hero, AK in this round should enable the other players to be back in the buy for the next one. But for Guild Eagles, that would be their chance to close. So maybe this round might get sacked off, see what something can do. If he can find a steal, then all hunky-dory for them. But the focus will again be on the true buys.
And we're seeing that a lot with these academy teams as well, that it's mainly not only just the one academy team. You take ENCE Academy, they've then got the ENCE prospects and then the prospects team as well. So you've kind of got like a ladder of how far it goes down with Na'Vi Junior, we know that of them, and the Na'Vi Youth. I think very similar with VP Prodigy. We've kind of seen some players that have come into the academy team that have come through from legitimately no pro career whatsoever. Just kind of get that opportunity to play in the academy team, to try and represent a big organization and a strong name for the main team. And these guys have been playing together for a long time. They've been working hard. I mean, any time that you can win ECA main, go into advance, and then make the playoffs after a really good regular season, it does show progression. It's just that we haven't seen the progression at this level yet from them.
Yeah, just to really emphasize what you're talking about in terms of the lack of pro experience on this VP Prodigy Sky, guys like Extended Zero, his most notable team probably is the likes of Quasar or SG Pro, like you mentioned earlier.
Qzar definitely is the only one.
And that's not exactly a top-end name in the Tier 2 space, so...
Yeah, they went to one LAN at the RMR, and that was it. No one had heard of them even going into that event.
Hear a little bit more of his name now. VP Prodigy have made statements so far in this map up, but louder statements are made by the favourites, and for them, staring down the barrel of elimination in this single Elian bracket, and I guess it also applies to Guild Eagles all the same. We wait for this tech pause to get over and done with. It does give a little bit of time to think things through on the VP Prodigy side.
Well, I want to think about the next series. Forza up against Peasy, a lot of history between the two, a lot of best of threes that go the way of the Peasy side. And from Forza, they've brought Celta in a month ago, and they've already been able to get into a grand final in a closed qualifier. They'd love to try and see if they can do that again.
Yeah, we mentioned a little of intrigue around it earlier on, and of course that best of three will start once this one is over. We're operating accelerated schedule here in the qualifier. If you are looking forward to that, then do be sure to stick around. And if VP Prodigy and Guild any sort of competition ahead of them, then certainly we'll bring it out to the fold here in this second half.
Yeah, I would say that both teams would not be a favourite, depending on whichever way that series goes, in my eyes.
Yeah. Forze are very capable. We talked about them over the last couple of days, and Peasy obviously making a crack at the major, similar story. So, challenges ahead of whoever wins this best of three, but they have to win this best of three first. Hero AK set in for the Prodigy side. Guild Eagles have to face a set piece once again. Very fast in from the Prodigy camp, trying to change up from their slower pace of style. Rigon unawares that a player on the site as something gets that kill. The M4 picked up by Kusmi in an instant, and they extend out towards CT Spawn, but there's counter flashes. They're wary of going too far here. Backed up behind the boxes. Another flash comes in. The man is caught blinded and dead. 4 on 4 as the plant does come down. The rifle dealt with on Duishka's part. Extended Zero trying to get it out of the way as Shady also drops 4 versus 2. They know about the one man at the edge of this box. Something's got to provide support here because Extended Zero is getting worn down in the open, tagged up to 1 point of health, dead to right. Synopsy gets the final pick. Very fast retake from the Eagles.
Well, for VP Prodigy, that was very poor. You have an opening man advantage where you're able to recover another rifle. You've got to make 2 decisions there, Jay. You obviously need space, and you have to take it. You either commit to CT or you commit to jungle and top con. And they're half-arsing it. They're sort of they're there, but then a flash comes and it's, oh, let's retreat. And then we go again. And then another flash comes and we retreat. You've just got to go. You've just got to get in there and start fighting. You've got to have players playing anti-flash. You've got to get up there with the fights. And that hesitation, it cost them. And it shows how quickly that retake just destroyed everything.
Fast and loosed and decimated in an instant. They got that bomb plant with a Hero AK set up so they can afford the AWP and the rest of the rifles. And again, emphasis turns towards the gun buy. But if we see more of that hesitation out from this one, we're going to have some serious problems as Flatro just gets involved in the opening pick. Duishka and Kusvi try and combine to get the opening kill. Something will return fire to a 3 versus 3. But look at his HP. Continuing to be contested by the CT side, and meanwhile there is a walkout of the apartments as something gets taken down. Externazera might have to provide the angle of workability for Duishka. He does fight on, but Synopsy wins that engagement. It's all left to the last of the T side.
This has just been a real horrendous T side from Virtus Pro Prodigy. They just look lost. The trading game is all over the place. We're looking at so many casualties consistently within the first 20-odd seconds when they go for these aggressive maneuvers. Guild Eagles, they've looked comfortable in this second half. It has to be noted.
T-side concerns for them, but momentum shift all towards their favor as Duishka isolates a second fight. 3 kills for him in this round total. This 1 on 3. About to face against Synopsy. All a case of timing. Did he hear the footsteps? Did he see the shoulder? You'll see him now. Look for the AK spray. He's got it at all. And he might have just bailed out VP.
Well, Guild Eagles have legitimately just given him 3 1v1s. They have just all fought individually and never have even taken a jiggle together. Oh, man. That round did not look as if it had the legs. But it comes around and it ties up the scoreline.
Okay, then. It's still awkward for VP. We'll still see the Galils out from 2. But we talked about it so many times, Dwayne. 1 round that makes all the difference in the world. The swing of momentum has that crippled Guild's confidence. Incendiaries and nades sent back and forth. The T-side players do back away and once again go back to that painfully slow default style. Barely any map control here.
Now Fletcher at an advanced angle to catch off the default, working towards bottom of mid and into con. Resmoke can come into the window, which does get missed once again. And another one. 2 smokes missed towards window.
I was trying not to make that comment, but yes, that is a very key concern, I think, for VP. Flat throw sees the man in connector. No one's watching short. Someone's going to check it now. Something gets that pick back. Crispin doesn't know he's in danger here. M4 of Senna looking to swing. Who's going to catch him off, though? His teammate starts moving forward, so they will get that trade back in the end.
Extended hesitating out here from underpass on whether he wants to strike or not. Probably wants to hang back because they're going to go in for the set piece on A, and this is where he can cut rotations from short.
Flashes to counteract on the CT side, but still they make their moves in. Nades of Rigon do some damage, sets Synopsy in for a kill against Dwushka. Secondary pick back on something. SMG swings and takes Shady back. And Extended is all that's left. That clutch did absolutely nothing for VP Prodigy. Guild Eagles are on that point.
And what else can you say? You're going into a quarterfinal matchup on a single alien bracket and you're missing the window smoke twice in the same rounds. Yeah. You're going to lose. You're just going to lose. For Guild Eagles, this has been a mad recovery in the second half. This has been an abysmal second half from VP Prodigy. And the buy state tells me that this is not going to overtime, that this should be Guild Eagles to close 13-11.
Feels like it. Shady and Dwushka are going to have to work some magic, and we have seen that from Dwushka only a couple rounds ago, but can't rest on another 1v3 clutch here. Have to see some significant confidence returning from the VP camp. Synopsy and his AK set as part of the mid defensive ahead of that smoke above of it. Wait for them to make their moves forward. Flashes are sent in to allow that mid access on the T side.
Now, Synopsy is still hanging aggressively. He is not falling off of this. This dual crossfire could be dangerous.
Smokes eventually go out towards connector. Should block vision. I say that. Synopsy gets ahead of it. A little face adjustments not quite there. Damage and done in minimal amounts, and he gets away.
Escapes out of trouble, and now the short player is going quite aggressively. Hearing out from ladder and window too.
GXX does get caught by Dwushka in the end, so advantage taken by the Prodigy side. Guild Eagles hold their nerves, hold their positions. Flatro makes his way into ladder room as the T's make their way out of it. What's he going to find here on the short face? Hearing footsteps, know that they're coming in towards connectors, so it all rests onto Rigon to see if he can hold the site defensive. Flatro only does so much in support. Low HP on one player. Shady tagged low, as is something, and Dwushka is trying to enter into the bomb site. Rigon is just waiting for someone to make a move into sandwich. Synopsy goes down next, 2 left standing. Check those corners, fight on the first. Dwushka wins it out, and VP have somehow managed to maintain this to overtime. I don't know how, Dweg, but we're going the distance.
It was the perfect round to do it, so when you actually look at the weaponry that's being brought forward, just some unfortunate timings out there in ladder, not quite catching a huge amount of damage that can come for that M4. Senna is being trapped completely from window, underneath window, so the 1-for-1 trade comes out. For VP Prodigy, at least they hang on. At least they survive. I mean, anytime you've got a 9-3 scoreline at the half, you should at least be winning the map or guaranteeing overtime, and they've been able to do that at the bare minimum.
T-side weaknesses are something to note for going into OT here. BP gaining 3 T-side rounds. Guild Eagles doing pretty much the exact same. Someone to win a single attacking half round might be the difference maker in that context of this overtime. Guild Eagles will start off on the CT basis. GXX and Shady with the AWPs. GXX is aggressing down mid to try and look for first contact. You have got Extendazera trying to bait him. Does see his man, does bait the shot, but doesn't swing to punish the kill.
Virtus Pro Prodigy have pretty much no map control whatsoever. They haven't taken A main, they haven't taken top mid, they don't even really have the apartments. And it allows Guild Eagles to get quite comfortable with this mid triple crossfire because of it.
A little over a minute. Synopsy and Flatro Two players part of the crossfire in for mid. Got one man also out of connector that can provide extra support. Engagement of the AWP went out by Shady. Something with a kill back. Flatro gets both. Shady's AWP responds back in kind. Advantage maintained by Prodigy.
They're still pretty heavy on the clock. I mean, 50 seconds. They've got a lot of workability to try and see if they can exploit connector, that they can split into A, waiting for a reposition or an info play on an aggressive CT, and it's just not coming. You've got Rigon very defensive in jungle, and Senna, who's not moving from the middle part of the B-bomb site.
One of these two to step up for Guild. 26 seconds on the clock for VP. Will run it as low as they can again. Kill against the bomb carrier might be enough to hold the round itself for Guild Eagles, though Rigon might understand that. He's hunting for the right pick at the right moment. Smoke sent. Externazera caught. Molotov drives him back. The bomb's got to cross really quickly from Kusmi.
They get that down, and this is where they need to start exploiting space once more. AWP battle towards CT, gets one out, and Wigon drops.
Finally a pick in this position. They were so tentative at taking the map control when they got the executions, but now the pick in, a peek back, fall back into the bomb site itself. Senna trying to jump up on top of the box. He's just caught by the AWP, the shoulder bait, unable to get the full-blown kill for it, but Shady peeks in against him, makes it a quadra in the round, and an all-important start for VP.
It very much could be this entire overtime of who's generating the most individual X factor. Which player from either squad is going to be able to come up with that big moment. And for Shady to get away with 4 kills with that AWP pretty much sets the sentiment. Guild Eagles on the buyback are going to have GXX on the big green once more. VP Prodigy with the lead for now.
Another set piece going into that A-bomb site. Okay.
Well, it's the only thing that's worked.
Times where it hasn't worked at the same time, though. Guild Eagles know they have to play passive, and then they'll be able to take control of it. Diagonal smoke set in. Nothing towards the stairs. Rigon gets overwhelmed very quickly. Advantage taken, but look at Synopsy very fast forward into the likes of Dushka. Dushka gets the headshot anyway, so 5 on 3. But Flatro makes his move up. He's losing teammates left, right, and center, though. He snuck past them all. 2 to gain. Turns back to the bomb site. The AWP can't hit his shot back. His teammates low HP. Dushka keeps him in the casualty counts. And now 3 low HP players for Flatro to take. He's got that first man. Unawares of the second. Does have an idea of the third. Smoke down on a default. Only the CT player can attack from his position. Externazera waiting for his opponent to take an aggressive fight, and he might just do so. M4 revealed. AK takes its spray. And by a margin of 20 HP, VP hold on to their second.
And you'd be fuming if you're Guild Eagles. You've worked so hard to recover a 3-9 deficit. You've come into overtime, and it's just 2 rounds in a row for Virtus Pro Prodigy. Flatru nearly comes through with a round success. At the same time, though, you've got to consider that was a 5 versus 2 for VP Prodigy. You need a miraculous comeback to recover that round.
Guild Eagles now in a bit of a predicament. CT side down by a round. If only we saw this kind of stuff from VP a bit more consistently in regulation, but broken by state thanks to the money bonuses of the Guild Eagles camp. They've only got 1 M4, 2 Deagles, SMG and for Master work into the third of the first overtime.
Well, this should be the 3-0 on T-side, which is just a death wish. Guild Eagles, I will be so surprised if they can win this round. Investing into that big green 2 rounds in a row and not getting the success off of the back of it, it's hurt them.
Flash is sent into mid. AKs spraying blind mollies to force out positions against the CT forces. Smokes will come back. I think actually missed there from something, but blocks off connector anyway. Fall away from the mid-access. Synopsy's going to swing to still lose his life.
And this is probably the one round where you don't want to run the clock too heavy because you might be running into a gamble stack. Strong opening kill out there in mid. Senna on the B site has not received much of a rotation as of yet.
There's backup from Flatro if necessary. He's waiting for them to make their way out of apartments and see what this SMG can do at close range. Kusmi, first man in, Molly sent, caught, shoulder just peeking out ahead of the entrance. Flatro with 1. M4 needs to get a whole lot more done, and he just gets overwhelmed with a numbers game. 4 versus 2 for VP. They have the bomb site. And yeah, this does look like the 3-0.
Virtus Pro Prodigy to try and close 15-12, get into that next half, and then just secure it from there. GXX out from the apartments, gets away with one, but shouldn't be any more.
No into the T side, needs some miracles, and none are in server on this occasion. 15-12, map point for Virtus Pro Prodigy.
A big smile on the face there of ENCE because they know to themselves, we've pretty much won the series at this point. Like, I know obviously you're looking far ahead and you've still got to close, but those 3 rounds on T side of Mirage, that tells you we're in closing position. We are in the best position to steal this first map of the series, go into Anubis, get this 2-0. And for Guild Eagles, similar like it was in the second half of regulation, they have to come back once more.
VP Prodigy will head into their best map in the pool with one in hand against the Guild Eagles' best. Their pick could fall out of favor right now. 3 to make up for this T side, and T sides have been the weakness, so just extra pressure in overtime. ENCE holding out with his teammate over on the short position. They're going to allow them access towards Catwalk. 2 to walk up. Very careful approach.
The timing, if they clear out and get up to the top of the ladder, they'll be able to look down underneath. So this could be ENCE losing his first fight.
You hear the footsteps? He certainly will do now. He does find GXX though, so 1-for-1 response.
Molly out there from the van. They need to act. They're going to go in for the B-split quickly.
Counter incendiaries with Triforce ringing onto an awkward stance. He's going to make his way ahead. Sees that AWP, but sees the rifle as well. Trying to transfer back and forth, and Crispy punishes that. Something sees nothing coming up a connector. It has to be a B here as the AWP strikes on Flatro Center. Is trying to force some workability, but he's lost Synopsy and he's lost himself. And he's lost himself the map as well. 16-12. Virtus Pro Prodigy have done it again.
And it is such a surprise with how this entire map goes down. VP Prodigy are up 9-3. They're down 11-12. They win round 24 with what is a scrappy bye. They force it into overtime, and then they go completely undefeated. Wild stuff here in map 1 of Mirage.
Yeah, I don't even know what to make of this stuff, Dwayne. Like, I think about what we saw over the course of the map as a whole, right? And I think that a lot of the definition was poor T-sides, right? We saw how Guild Eagles started off 7-0 down, starting to get a bit more workability, but ended the half still at 3-9. Then they got back into it. They saw some very awkward positions on the part of the Virtus Pro Prodigy side on T-half again, missing 2 smokes in mid-window, not really able to force out the firepower that we would have hoped out of these guys, and just a lot of concerns, I think, for the attacking halves above all else.
Well, for both teams, it was a poor performance, right? From a tactical standpoint, it was scrappy. It was not a clean game, but it is an upsetting result. And for VP Prodigy, no matter how the map really goes, if you can come out here and steal Guild Eagles' map pick, that sets you up in this series. That sets you up in a strong position to try and claim that 2-0, to cause another upset in the bracket. And this one is that next level up against TSM for sure.
Yeah, and the idea, again, we talked about it before, right? Guild Eagles, they lose to competition they really shouldn't do so. I think we can agree that Virtus Pro Prodigy would be in that bracket, so the fact that they've lost out their own map pit, but going into Anubis, which again is the best map in the pool for VP Prodigy, yes, they'll still have to battle against the likes of Guild Eagles in that respect, but this is prime opportunity for them, and they can smell blood in the water.
Yeah, they can. Now, there's still faith in me that for Guild Eagles, with the players they've got, that they should be able to recover this, that they should still be able to take this to the third map decider, but you have to look at recent history and you have to look at the stats and say the likelihood is minimal. The likelihood is not at a favorite position anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had my doubts about Guild Eagles coming into today because of the lack of formation that they've had, and just the fact that VP Prodigy had a few more stars on their board. I mean, we've already talked about ENCE so much, and he had his impact, but he was beaten out by 3 other players on his team on the scoreboard.
He was, and that just means that there's more emphasis to come from. I mean, Shady actually caught my eye quite a bit in this series, especially towards the tail end of regulation and going into overtime. He had some really good rounds. I remember him against TSM being pretty average. He averaged, I think, 13 kills in each map of 1, 2, and 3. Didn't really show a lot on the AWP, but yet comes into this game on Mirage and shows us a lot more.
And certainly a guy that you can start to count on, perhaps a Virtus Pro. I mean, we've talked about the stars in the past, right? But the fact that you've got so many players that are dropping more than 20 kills by the end of that overtime, I think it was 3, with ENCE only being 1 below that particular March of benchmark. So again, we're taking a look at the individual talents more than anything else as being one of those highlight elements for VP in that first map.
And this is going to test the mental state as well from Guild Eagles, because you've come into a position where you've been absolutely slaughtered in the first half, you've had a very good comeback in the second, but yet you still haven't closed. And now you're going into an uncomfortable map in the pool, you're going up against a VP Prodigy side who's just keen for another upset. So for Guild Eagles, yeah, this is not going to be easy to recover.
I'm just looking at those series losses to the likes of Ruby and ENCE and thinking to ourselves, guys, not again. We can't let this happen for what is basically a third or fourth time in the last 3 months. Like an elimination in the qualifier, another awkward online showing when we wanted to go towards that, we wanted to recover off the back of not making it to the major, and then this key opportunity presents itself and you just can't convert in what is their first match to quali.
Well, I would say out of all of the losses that they've had in best of threes online recently, of the Pera, of the Ruby, of the ENCE, and now, of course, Lotus, this would be the harshest one of the lot. You're going up against a team that's played now their 26th map on HLTV in the last 9 months. This is a team that does not frequently play at this level, and when they do, they pretty much get slapped around. We have only seen that TSM victory and an Alliance victory where I want to say they've beaten somewhat decent competition online in a best of 3 at HLTV. You beat Guild Eagles, and that overtakes both Alliance and TSM without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, VP Prodigy coming in is like one of the 3 maybe weakest teams of the tournament itself, right? So you take a look at this, and for Guild Eagles, like, it just continues to compound that they shouldn't be losing this kind of matchup, but here they stand on their own map pick. Concessions are made. Brilliant stars shown up during the overtime as well for VP Prodigy. That was the most confident I've seen them look for the entire day. And I don't want to say necessarily play against the TSM series at the moment, but like, look, 4 rounds on the trot there in overtime, like with the way that they were playing towards it, it just looks so proficient from VP Prodigy. If they unlock that more consistently, then there will be concerns for the Guild Eagles.
And there's always this philosophy that we talk about of sometimes teams playing not to lose rather than playing to win. And you wonder if that's a conversation here for the Guild Eagles, because they've had so many poor results, because they've had so many knockout placements online. Is it a position now where they're just playing not to lose? They're playing to just survive in the majority of these qualifiers?
It might be a case that they are. They've got to survive on Anubis, the second map, the pick of the Virtus Pro Prodigy camp. Can they do it on the Guild Eagles? Can they bounce back from what is a devastating loss? We'll find out after the break.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how your hate is falling. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
Not a lot of encouraging stuff in that first map up, especially for the Guild Eagles, who did concede it their own map pick in overtime to VP Prodigy. Another map loss to a team they shouldn't be losing to. And now we look towards that Anubis dwag, where before we get into the specifics of the map itself, I just want to sort of round things out, right? Because the thing that you mentioned was the key issue there for the likes of VP Prodigy on their T side was tactical basics, right? They didn't really have an idea of how to play that T side, right? So is that a similar case for how things went wrong on T half there for Mirage of the Guild Eagles camp?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, for Guild Eagles, a lot of the time, their T side's going to revolve around players providing space and creating impact. And I just felt in that first half that no one individually was making plays. It was only Rigon for a couple of rounds that kind of made something happen. So it was more so individuals just not being there for Guild Eagles, and then for VP Prodigy just tactically not being there on their T-side perspective.
Unfortunately for VP Prodigy, they had some faith within those impact guys. Again, you mentioned Shady, being impressed with him. He top frag of the board, beat out Rigon by a single kill. Dwushka and Something also backed him up. And Exanazera, he had some impactful rounds as well. So 4 players that, again, did absolute work for the Prodigy camp. The Guild Eagles might need to find some of that impact notability, because I don't know how good their tactics are going to be for this second map. Again, Anubis is up to play for. It is the pick of the VP Prodigy camp. It is their most won map in the entire pool. And it's a 4-map losing streak on Anubis for the Guild Eagles side. Just to dive into that a bit more, Dwag, obviously, one of the results that they lost against was ENCE, but the other 3, Ruby, Incilo, Lotus, I don't want to say it's happening again, but I feel like right now you're looking at this saying, oh God, it's happening again.
Yeah, you should do. I mean, again, that one against ENCE, I mean, they went down 0-2, up to 0-12, I should be saying. So even that, you get 6 rounds against ENCE, that really is a red herring. It should have been a 0-13 loss. So their results on Anubis look rough recently. It's been about 2 months or so since they've actually won this map, and the last time was against alternate attacks. Whereas for VP Prodigy, they've played it once in advanced, and they in the playoffs, they got a win. They also played it another time, they got a loss. I don't know. For VP Prodigy, they have picked into Anubis a lot more. So, yeah, I've got faith they probably should close in 2.
Yeah, it just feels like it's happening again, right? Like I said it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it as many times as it needs to be said, right? One of the concerns we came into today with was the fact that Guild Eagles might lose out to another team that they shouldn't lose to at all. And here we stand down by 1 off the back of their own map pick. Like, there's just something seriously wrong about this, because they're a team that have received so much praise. They're a team that should have been at the major, like you said, like they were 1 map away from doing so, and they weren't able to finish it off. Now they're 1 map away from going out of the Skyesports Masters Qualifier. And the idea you're going out when you're invited directly to the quarterfinals, you're going out in the quarterfinals as well to a team that right now probably is the weakest of the lot that remain. Like that feels like it shouldn't happen at all, but it's a reality that has to be faced upon.
It is reality, and it might be said for Guild Eagles, if they had the draw of Forze, if they had the draw of Peasy, they probably give us more in that best of 3, but you have to beat the teams in front of you. You have to beat the teams that you're up against, and for Guild Eagles, this looks incredibly tough to recover the series. I will say you can never underestimate Guild Eagles in any matchup. Doesn't matter if they're playing Tier 1 teams, they always do give a good fight. They always do try and recover series, but this looks like it's getting close to a far-gone conclusion.
Well, I am hoping that Devil Walker's taken the time to try and bring that veteran prowess to the table and start to give the, inspirational speech, like time to end this form right here and now sort of deal, like every inch is to the win, right? Like that whole, like any given Sunday speech, but because right now they're going to need something a little bit magical in my eyes. Like just the idea that VP Prodigy are doing as much as they did. I'll remind everyone at home, 9-3 at the half for VP Prodigy to start off this series. If they do that again, there is no way back for the Guild Eagles.
Yeah, they should have closed Mirage in regulation. It shouldn't have even gone to overtime. So there's that caveat that even for Guild Eagles, that they can come back from scorelines that we would normally say are unthinkable. And we've seen a lot of wildness over the course of this bracket. We saw it yesterday, 8-4, 9-3 kind of scorelines still going to 13-11, some overtime. So I actually still do think that Map 2 should be quite competitive, but I do think for VP Prodigy, this is the best chance they're going to have in this entire best 3 of winning it.
I mean, you'll take a look at the way that obviously Guild Eagles started that comeback in the second half and notice that they got the pistol, they got the conversion in eco, right? And that's at the instant three rounds that gets you up to 9-6, then winning the rifles off the back of that. Yeah, it was partially down to the likes of VP Prodigy not having as much proficiency around the gun buys as they'd like to, but the idea that the streaks are very, very workable in MR12, right? So that might be a reason why things are from one-sided scoreline starts are coming back in terms of returns from the Guild Eagles side. Now you just need to find that impact that really turns it over towards that favor, right? To get more of those those rifle rounds and just to be able to close as effective. They will be on the T-side start of this second map of the series, and we obviously know that Anubis is much more of a T-side based situation, so it might be a case that, again, opening half may do or die for the Guild Eagles side.
And looking back at some of the previous Mirage performances, it's normally Kusmi, Something, and Shady that put up the majority of the top performances, not even ex-Denizera. So maybe there's a couple of other guys that we'll be watching out for in Map 2.
Well, there were some of those names that, of course, had impact and moments, except for Kusmi. And VP Prodigy, just said before the break, smell blood in the water of the Guild Eagles side to get what would be their significant upset to date. Right here and now on Anubis, the second map of the series. We're going to quick pause before we get started in this one, but you know, for Guild Eagles, like, what's going through your head right now? What's the like the vibe in the camp of the T side at the moment?
Probably not much. I wouldn't say it's negative, because it's been negative from a results point of view for the last year. I actually think that they've probably been, where you consider expectations to results, probably the worst of the tier 2 teams. In all honesty, like, other than making it to the RMR and nearly making it to the major, since the end of the player break last year, we have not seen one single good result to the name of Guild Eagles. So it's probably just one of these situations where there's actually parallels to EG, where when they were out on NRG, they were very successful, right? That they had a lot of good performances in 2019. They get into the online era, they go over to EG, and it's just a collapse. It's just not what the recent run of form was. It's not what the previous years were. Now, I know, obviously, with the whole EG situation, it's a different iteration, and there was roster changes being made. That's not the same here. But it's the parallels of having and tasting a lot of success and then not tasting success for a very long time.
Well, just to, again, draw differences to the parallels between the two situations. Remember that the Guild Eagles were only Guild Eagles as of the like the near end of 2023, right? The November signing is what happened. Yeah. The player break was in the summer of that year. They still had to play under the August banner for a fair amount of time before that signing came in, and even then it was very hit and miss with their results. They were making top 8s of a lot of the online cups and you know, events of that sort of nature. And these Eagles certainly had their namesake. Bad news delivered to their opponents. Bad news to the Guild Eagles, though, at this moment in time. Again, one away from conceding their best of 3.
And if that does come through, then maybe we can change the conversation after the best of 3. But for the here and now, it's just once more surviving in the majority of these qualifiers. I mean, you take a look on HLTV and it probably says, oh, they're not playing in many qualifiers. You then look on Wikipedia and they're playing a crazy amount this year. And the reason for that is HLTV typically only runs the round of 32 or the round of 16s. So if you're not making it that far, you're not going to be listed as playing in those qualifiers. I know that there is a stark contrast difference between open quals and closed qualifiers, but that has been a struggle for a while, is playing these random teams, playing teams that you're not familiar with, not having maybe a Swiss system or a double elimination bracket, which you normally get in the majority of EU Tier 2 Cups. Maybe those formats and the draws are hurting the likes of the Guild Eagles.
Well, perhaps so. As you said earlier, you have to beat the teams in front of you.
Yep, you do.
Unfortunately, that's not been the case. And some of those qualifier runs that Guild Eagles have taken, they've only been, again, going down to teams like Rush B and Gun 5, of course, who we saw in the earlier on during the tournament. Never truly mounting up to the expectations that have been thrusted upon them.
I mean, even conference, I mean, they had a pretty good best-of-1 round robin. They get into the playoffs there, they beat alternate attacks, and they go up against Pera, which is obviously Aaron and co. They should be beating that team every day of the week. I know Pera's been on a little bit of a decent increase of form on the lead-up to the RMR in the first few months of this year, but for Guild Eagles, you should always be beating Pera. And that was another one of those best-of-3s against a team that you should be beating, didn't come through, and they lost the qualification to Pro League because of it.
I mean, equally, you take a look at Pera, and I probably feel that they've probably been found out a little bit, right? Yeah, they had that run of form going into the RMR, but the RMR was very disappointing, 0-3 from their own part of things.
Oh, that's not surprising whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, Pera have one good qualification, and that's it. But yeah.
So in that respect, Guild Eagles, yep. step up to the plate and do some work here and now. Have to beat another team that, again, shouldn't be beating the Guild Eagles side. They are up by a map on the VP Prodigy camp as we head to Anubis, which is the pick of this CT side. Guild Eagles off to the pistol, need to get a positive start here.
Dwushka with the Julies, the double Julies. Look at this crossfire. I reckon this is going to rip. I reckon there is going to be a lot of damage going up against this B lane.
And that USP to watch out canals for a moment's respite. Rigon's going to work up mid, which will not be contested as of yet. They're starting to hear utility coming in, though. Smokes down towards one, cross and the second, but the concern is again ahead of the main position. Synopsis flashbang needs to catch both of these players if he does catch anything at all. Action from the player over at Electric, checking canals just in case there is a split play, just in case there is something else going on here, but they are going to wait this one out. Guild Eagles finally flash, sends Molotov back. They don't act off the back of it. That's all their util gone.
It's because of Rigon. Look at the Rigon space. He's been able to get into Temple. That's why they're cancelling.
They have no idea here for VP Prodigy, but Kusmi starts to read what's going on. GXX, two fantastic kills on both the cross-firing players, and Kusmi's going to get overwhelmed with the backstab in the end. I don't know how Guild Eagles did that, but they certainly have taken the pistol.
And fundamentally, that was very well played for Guild Eagles, because with the position they've got outside of B, you know it's going to be a B site execution. You know they're going to go in, but Rigon just keeps taking more and more space. So anytime you want a lurk to create a backstab, you need some distraction. You can't just allow him to walk on a contact. So they set there a little bit of util. They get the molly in, they get the smoke in, it drives more distraction, it drives more of the B players' attention in from main, and just wonderfully, Rigon is able to work with that split. Very easy round for Guild Eagles.
GXX with those two kills to just bust open the bomb site. The cross-firing players were just ripped apart. And that indeed is a positive start again for the Eagles squad. Flatro work his way in towards the B split, a bit more of a spread out basis, but the walk up from Rigon, of course, are going to get ahead of the smokes themselves. Guild Eagles don't have any resistance here on the B bomb site. No one's there. Harder stack into mid and A. USPs across the entire board.
And look to get the rifles in early and look to try and see if they can challenge. GXX does go down. And Synopsy's got to be careful about his HP bars, getting aggressive into Temple too.
Just that one casualty. Ooh, careful from Synopsy's part. He does look to get away from the contact in mid. His teammates come out from the top of mid to provide that support, ensure that AK stays together. We have a firing squad against the likes of Rigon, so he also loses his life. That AK could fall into CT hands, being watched by another player of Flatro. Not quite able to secure it over at Canals. Dwushka will drop, as will their Extendazera. Good attempt to get the AK, but not to be. Still damaging round.
It could set up quite a bit on this next one to try and get that reset forward. VP Prodigy. You have a notice at the majority of the HLTV officials, and there's a lot of wins that come to their name. And one of the most played maps in the pool up there with Ancient, which we're going to get as the decider. A chance for them to show us once more what they've been cooking over the last few months.
Gun by set, AWP in for GXX. Damage again towards mid of the HEs. Flatro taking the brunt of it, but Rigon is the forward contact. Smoked off from both Temple and Camera. B-side smoke for Temple, CT smoke for Camera. Dwushka seeing those smokes, hearing them coming in with the HEs. Going to draw Extendazera back. The player in from mid. Shady can't do much while he's blinded. He'll blind fire and hope for the best here. Main contention from Dwushka. Might have to play a war on two fronts. He's got two teammates coming in. They have seen the player over at Rugs, who will be forced to fall away.
It's getting proper sandwiched. At least try and deal with these A-main players overwhelmed completely. This should just be a save call instantly.
Especially with Kusmi now in the deal with the same situation his teammate had to. Rigon straight triple, mows through the last player of that defensive line. And yeah, Extendazera and Shady, no choice in the matter.
And fundamentally, Guild Eagles are actually granted a lot of space. We saw it in the pistol, no challenges out in mid. We're now seeing it here in the first gun round. Just getting up from house, working into camera without even someone in camera, with no one out from Temple. It was a very easy A split. You leave a late lurk in there from Rugs to make it more uncomfortable on the sandwich play. Simple round, very easy for Guild Eagles.
Trying to defend themselves, Extendazera losing Shady and now losing his own life. Guild Eagles allow no survivors on the Prodigy side. recovery off the damage that was done in the previous eco. 3-0 to their name in a very positive way to bounce back in the second map.
And for VP Prodigy, responding in on the next gun round is going to be vital for them. If you get down to a really slow start on the CT side, if you just allow Guild Eagles back into this map, then they'll take full composure of it and send it to that third of Ancient, where once more you've probably lost your window.
Upgrade pistols only for the CT Forces, Guild Eagles. Faster style of T side. Extended Zero going to get boosted up towards mid. CZ at the ready, but being watched by the AWPs and the AKs. Nades back to drive them away. Damage has been done.
Yeah, we saw Anubis coming through in a couple of their games in ACA Advanced regular season. An overtime victory against Secret and a 13-11 victory against Sync. Some teams that we rate fairly highly in the Tier 2 scene, in and around sort of the 50 to 70 marker on the rankings. Senna. Watching out here from Ruggs on a very defensive default.
A little under a minute for Guild Eagles to play with. Again, going to run this clock as low as they can. Played fast for the initial defaults, but mid portion of the round expecting VP to make aggressive mistakes. That is not the case. The map control established and resting on these long-range pistols to see what damage they can do. Shady with the USP can't do much for him. Extended now next to task out of main. Waiting for flashes to come his way. Will turn away from it. Do get the one kill alongside Dushka's assistance. Now backups rotated in against the back. Stab. Running out of pistols. The CZ can get the next player. And it's going to be a 3-on-2 now. Extended actually does get caught off aggressive. So advantage mitigated. Rifles can't really get picked up by these CT players. Have to drop in against Flatro, who mows down the next individual. And the last of something. 1 versus 3 for him. Guild Eagles have dealt with these upgrades as effective. Go 4-0.
And I think the decision-making there is really poor. It's a 3v3, and you've got the AWP of GXX in your hands. Why is Extended not just passing that back as quickly as possible? Why are they not trying to hold on to that big green? They're getting, I would say, caught in the moment. They're getting in that position where 3v3, you actually think the retake is on. And yes, there is a late exit kill, and there is an AK being saved. But just that extra cash injection of saving onto an AWP would just be lovely to bring forward into the next gun rounds.
It's that point of the lack of experience at the higher ends of the scene that we've talked about before. VP Prodigy had those moments of awkwardness and situations where they could have played it a little bit better, and that was one of those on display.
Maybe better with the camera placement too.
Damage was done to Guild Eagles regardless. 3 players fell. Money will be awkward in some capacities, but still got those higher rollers in Synopsy. VP with an extra AK involved with this one can try and play against position of the likes of the Guild Eagles side. Very passive approach to the T's again.
I don't know if you noticed that, Jay, but Shady is aggressively in jail holding the sight line to B main, and he's adjusting the webcam so it goes back to his face. Mid-round, that is just nuts. What is going on there? Why is he not just waiting till the round ends?
He needs to get his perfect angle. That's it.
Yeah. He needs to do the JL where he gets the kill and just looks instantly at the camera. Man's on streamer mode.
Well, he is on stream, to his credit. Not in the regular sense. Flatro aggressive up towards mid, counter-acting with the incendiary and heard of that tags. They'll be aware that mid presence is taken, but the execution is over towards the B site. Flash is evaded. They're not going to act quick here.
Yeah, Shady's waiting for that first contact to come through main, and it might just come. Flash over high. They're going to try and see if they can walk up against him.
Shady's up, swinging in the look for possession. They know that there's players out there, and they're making a ton of noise, putting a lot of utility down. Swing ready from 2 T-side players. The walk-ups over at Canals are still a concern for Senna. Shots ring in, doesn't connect on casualty. Shady is low, another incendiary. A backstab from Flatro. They still haven't accounted for this backstab here. AWP's finally going to check it and deal with him. 12 seconds, Guild have to move now. Caught off with a crossfire. Rigon, only player to get a kill. And VP hold the line this time.
So we've seen 2 rounds out of the 4 that have been won in which mid has been exploited to allow deep space. That time, they had, I think it was something that was down on the pillar and the front side of default. He was watching Temple for the majority of that round. They knew without a mid player that that was a possibility and something that Guild Eagles have exploited. So watch out for it. And then as soon as something's attention gets drawn back into main, that's when Shady can open up the angle and check it himself.
Found the right player at the right time. Mid-control emphasis is taking a bit more staunchly from VP Prodigy, meanwhile. Counteracted smokes will drive him away from at least the forward contact at top mid. Broken investment as well for Guild Eagles. Matt 10 and Flatro might become a concern for the execution itself, but counter incendiaries do so much to him. Caught up on geometry again.
Pro Prodigy had that stance out there on Rigon to try and catch him off from the left-hand side. Not to be, he's burning, but he's still putting in quite a bit of damage.
Kusmi does get the trade back, trying to fall back out of position as they start to act out of electric. Flatro and Senna get those 2 kills, and the B site is overwhelmed again. Much quicker this time from the Eagles, and it works.
And they are actually getting pumped. This is a really slow start from Pro. They're getting overwhelmed with the trades. They're getting overwhelmed with the individuals just not holding their weight on the bomb sites directly. Guild Eagles have come into Anubis and they're giving us quite a good showing right here.
Yeah, 5th to their board.
It's getting closer to saying the map's done, really. I mean, this could be potentially an 8-4-ish looking scoreline. And for me, if Guild Eagles get to that scoreline, they've achieved map number 2 success.
Well, the first quarter has certainly been well achieved by their own right. Forze to the good against VP, and still continue the investments of the CT side with the rifles held in is going to provide a little bit more of a cash basis to work from in the future. The AWP can get passed around to Kusmi. Imagine they go off the Shady soon enough.
I want to see more from Pro Prodigy of taking map presence away. I think they're giving too much respect to Guild Eagles. Anubis is one of those maps where on the CT side, it's difficult to kind of have pressure points because it's such an enclosed map. But you can do it in moments. You can pressurize the B main, make an info player, fall back. You can pressurize mid by going for a walk timing and then fall back. You can go out from A main, flash over high, look out to this T-stairs and fall back. It's just kind of having those pressure point moments in the round. And I haven't seen any of them. They have just been sitting back so defensively on both A and on B and not even contesting mid at all.
Saw a little bit of that on the T side as well from VP. Take the site and then never take any CT aggression or never push and try and contest a connector. Hold back in the bomb sites, and then Guild Eagles just allowed to extend and just kill off everybody. It's pretty much a similar story right here and now. You can just see with the mid walks, the Guild Eagles are getting time and again. Extended Zero will try play mid defense, but as soon as he faces resistance, he falls back very passive. BP, 3 men set up over towards the B bomb site. They know that it's been very heavy-handed from Guild Eagles' hits over there. Slow approach off the back of the initial utility. Guild trying to find an angle.
Haven't even seen much of an electric challenge either, of breakage of the smoke and maybe peeking the AWP behind it. The GXX, the last couple of rounds with the AWP, he's just been walking the contact to open up the angle.
2 nades in, indicating there's players outside of main will draw rotations back, and mid-emphasis wary of Molotovs. Team will draw attention towards that position. Oh, elbow peeking out of something. That nade catches him in the end. GXX reducing the B site defensive by a margin, but Shady's AWP needs to go massive here. Only gets the 1 pick. Senna overwhelms him. Kusmi gets back to a 3 versus 3. Aware that Senna must be out there somewhere evading that nade, and the smoke comes back out towards Temple. A counter smoke towards the cross and everything. So much vision denied on the CT side, and Senna is extending. Are they ready for it? They'll hear those footsteps. Sprays come back. Nades on the bomb plant, a position where they can't deny the plant itself. Low HP across the T side, and Synopsy drops, but Kusmi is also on 1 point himself. Caught by GXX now. Back to an even man stance, but smoke's involved. The AWP continues fighting. Externazera needs to switch back to that M4 alongside Dushka on the retake, and the AWP making noise. Is sat on the bomb, looking for another response. If he misses his flick, goes falling. Senna, a single point of health now to deal with the diffusers. Held back on the kit and everything. The body blocks can get in the way. Blind sprays, caught back by the M4, and VP make it a retake.
tactically, this has been the scrappiest game we've probably seen in the entire closed qualifier. I mean, that round is just chaos. You've got players trying to spam up in and around smokes. It looks really uncomfortable for Virtus.pro Prodigy, even though they won that round. For Senna's point of view, he just misses that jump up onto the glyph, I suppose, brick, and that probably would have allowed 1, maybe even 2 kills as that bomb's going down. And not to be back and forth rounds for a couple in a row.
Now VP would like to get a couple in a row on their CT side basis. Blocking initial contact and vision. Information can get gained. Mid-phase specifically from the likes of Externazera. More heavy-handed on mid's control. That bomb still left outside of Rugs. May start to look to recommit as Synopsy does pick it up. Guild Eagles still press on with the control.
Shady with the big green, not engaging into much, and they've actually turned it into a pretty heavy A stack. Playing mid from camera, you can take a shot, you can fall back in, try and get out to bricks and heaven. And for Guild Eagles, looking at the triple mid and sort of the bomb kind of outside of the canals, it probably does tell you this should be an A split.
Molly's up, HG's at the ready, Externazera. And the majority of that damage doesn't land anywhere near him over at the boxes. It's all down to that camera position, but camera control can get taken by Guild Eagles. They'll put some utility down for mid to indicate that they're out here. Flashes up and through. No one blinded by it on the CT side, including Shady's AWP that is watching the cross. Rigon is caught for another main action. Comes forward, no flicks back, but Externazera holds the line for now. Needs support desperately, or does he? Switching to the AK. Synopsy is caught. Flatro, known center of the bomb site. His teammate coming in from mid still. Finally a flank involved, but Externazera deals with him. Oh, he's made it a full-blown 4K. No support required for Prodigy.
And that's the Externazera that we saw in the TSM series. I contest that round there and witness for Guild Eagles. They're obviously going in for the A split. They know that VP are playing really deep in the bomb site, so they know they can exploit a lot of space to get into the exec. They double flash into camera, and normally a Rugs player is going to have that third flash to get them through camera and out to the bomb side. And instead, they double flash into camera, and they just kind of go in dry after those couples. And it means that it's such an easy contact out there from Heaven against Rigon.
Well, now VP are starting to look alive. What a moment from Externazera, top fragger of the board. Now only pistols to work with against VP. Guild Eagles try and close the gap against the M4, who is caught off guard, actually. Externazera, complete contrast to his previous round. The AK is something, facing a little bit more resistance to the T-side forces. Forcing forward on 2 players. The AK trying to play against them. They are taking some map control away of the backlines. Another backstab being set in by Synopsy and his M4 that gets something. Senna gets caught back. Shady deals with Rigon, but Synopsy is still in play. Versus 3. Watched out upon by Shady. His AWP does get baited. Second phase, low HP for the man. The rifle swings forward to Kusmi, and they do hold down control of the round.
Yeah, this is just question marks everywhere. This is really uncomfortable to watch because there's just a lot of exploitations. Even that incendiary misses out there to cave. The level of CS is definitely towards the lower end in this one. And that just means that if you are Peasy, if you are Forze, if you are Fnatic and you're Bet Boom, you're looking at this one thinking, man, this is so good for us. Like this side of the bracket looks very juicy.
Yeah, like you said, no winner from this particular match will be favourites in the semi-finals. Certainly not VP, the lesser of the two. Senna catches that first, at least trying to throw up a bit more fight from the Guild Eagles. They got the guns back in for round 10. Externazera, though, look at how aggressive he's pushed on towards here. Mid, he'll leave him exposed. The Shady does catch GXX in from Canals. That's a kill found. Utility sent back. The M4 watching and waiting. The AK engagement dropped by Shady. Synopsy thinks he's safe, and he thinks completely wrong as Externazera extends himself to 13 picks, and Rigon's left with nothing in this rifle.
Well, you'd be fuming if you're GXX, because you're the one that warrants that opening kill, and you know that VP Prodigy have just been so defensive. You know that they have not been making aggressive duels, and then Externazera is just somehow aggressively in there at the canal. He just got his 2K, stopped, typed something in chat, and then keep playing the round. Bro, the round is live. It's a 4v1. What is happening? I do not know in this map.
Just wild stuff.
I can't believe he is just typing mid-round.
In-game chat, how much HP are you? 100.
Yeah, probably a bit of BM. Yeah, just keep it going.
You mad bros? You
Yeah, they might be. yeah, they probably are. They got off to a good start, but now it's 5-5, and for Guild Eagles, they can just look at how comical some of these rounds have been. But as the overall picture, this has been a 4-0 to 5-1 to now 5-5. There's no laughing matter in the scoreline.
You said Guild Eagles at the 5-1 scoreline was starting to set in the map victory, but Resurgence in the CT side and VP have the T side still to come. What a workability now with Guild Eagles. Unable to connect minimum 6. VP, someone they're going to get to it right here. Only upgrade pistols from the Guild side. 2 seen of that jump face for Kusmi. Something he's going to try and deal with both of them. Indeed, he gets them with Shady's Orb also with support. It's just overwhelming again for the VP Prodigy side. A positive start's not followed up upon from the Guild Eagles camp, and I've never seen Tech9 spam quite like that for Synopsy. It doesn't find much. All 5 alive for VP, and they can get 3 AKs into the last round of the half.
And we said it in the TSM series, the pace and the playstyle that VP Prodigy offer, it's very frustrating. It's very annoying to play against. And it very much could be in this entire bracket that they are the most annoying team to play. Just like the main squad. No one likes to play VP. No one likes the playstyle that they offer. They always catch you off guard. They're always wild. They run the clock so low. Guild Eagles, though, have lost their lead, and they'll be looking to tie it up quickly.
Defensive elements eventually come together. Guild Eagles working some damage against their position. Virtus Pro with a small startup. Taking their own slow approach towards the TV. Defaults in rugs and water. 3 total individuals to defend over on the A site. 1 from mid that will ensure no one gets themselves out there. Dushka there with extra support. And the Orb of Shady also in play, who has been very impactful himself.
They're drawing more defensive out there from mid, but it's going to be the straight on A play. Flattery can come into mid late round and try and come into camera if he likes.
Molly is forced to get utilized by Shady. His Orb peeks in. Shots don't connect. Dushka's AK does do so, though. Advantage taken. Flatro is low. Rigon trying to work a trade. Unable to do so. GXX gets back. A 4-on-3 for the CT side. And Shady still caught up in amongst this smoke. GXX gets it to the Zera. But Shady quicks go back on Synopsy at close quarters. Flatro finally closes in from mid. 2 versus 2 for the retake of VP.
Yeah, they've got a HE. If that goes down mid-bomb site, that could be everything.
AWP, low HP, dealt with on high HP is the rifle, and it's a 1-on-1. Bomb in the open, tapped by Kusmi, held together, footstep heard, bluff has been called. Kusmi's going to hold this one. And Flatro is left with nothing at the turn of the half. 7-5 for the CT side.
I can't believe Brev's just stuck a 1v1 on a defuse there without any utility. At least if you had the incendiary, you could put that down to main. At least he has the smoke. He can either smoke himself or smoke the position of A main and just gets on it. Again, they're catching you off guard. Guild Eagles looked comfortable at one point, and now it looks very uncomfortable.
What a recovery in the half itself for VP, because that's 6 in a row to win the half outright. Guild Eagles, as you mentioned, returning presence. But now they've got to deal with a real tough task ahead of them. Again, T side of Anubis set for VP Prodigy in the second half. Looking at those key rounds again, those momentum swing opportunities for the likes of the Academy squad. Those moments where it just goes so awry for the CT side and for Guild Eagles. Down by a map in this best of 3 on your opponent's map pick, just extra pressure to add to them.
And this is a side of VP Prodigy that got absolutely smoked by Morels and Veggie and Co. a couple of weeks ago on a best of 3 on HLTV in advanced playoffs. It was an 8-13 loss out on Ancient and a 4-13 loss on Overpass. Just legitimately got wrecked. And we would never even classify those polls as a high-end Tier 2 team by any stretch. And
no.
Just knowing some of the performances that have come in when they took on Metasport, yeah, okay, it was towards the tail end of last year, so we're talking about quite some time, but 8-13 loss in map 1, 4-13 loss on map 2, just getting smoked. And yet you can kind of come here in a qualifier bracket with a lot of strong teams in Tier 2. You got tested by TSM, but you closed out in the end, and now you're potentially looking at a 2-0 scoreline against Guild Eagles. It really has just been a crazy tournament run for them.
And I know both teams were ripe for the picking in terms of being the favourites in their particular best of threes, but I mean, look, for VP Prodigy, these are results that you can't realistically expect out of them, and they're still getting them on the board.
Yeah, you can't expect these for sure.
Of course, doubts will get thrown up for the next semi-final matchup, and I mean, if they make it there, the grand final seems very unlikely. But for the here and now, to go as deep as they have done, Prodigy deserve all hats off to them. Guild Eagles. A pistol win to throw off the momentum swing. Again, it's been 6 in a row from VP to close that first half, to carry on even any further from here. Put more against the mental game, momentum swing to them, and the T-side start of the pistol. You get to dire straits for the Guild.
One smoke and one molly. Julie's up close for Synopsy.
Spams away, initial contact, doing minimal damage, drawing attention back from the player over in mid. But with that contact, VP hold passive.
We saw double Julies in the pistol round to open up Anubis, being out on jail and sort of the closed pillar. It's a similar scenario for both Synopsy and Rigon, in which they both have Julies, but they're separated. VP Prodigy have got a lurk outside of A of Extenicera, and a lot of time to react off of the basis of it.
Slow walk up. Into mid. Into GXX. About to face the onslaught of the T side. Seeing contact. Looking for a shot. Does fall back. Aware now they're acting out from mid. The 2A players have to get bolstered back from the spawn angle. Low HP on Rig on his Julies. Trying to swing back for contact. Twitchka goes with both of those players. GXX, one responsive. A second kill. Shady can deal with him. And double up onto Flatro the same. Synopsy versus 3 coming in from main. Heard his Julies. Tapped up. Swing from Extenicera. Closes it down. Shaky with a couple of kills, but a pistol win for VP nonetheless.
And that aggressive approach out there to the bricks to cut the heaven rotations was just everything from Shady to get 2 in very quickly. The Guild Eagles seemed as if they'd read the rounds pretty nicely, had a pretty good defensive being set up, but just gets bricked open again. Go in for the harsh eco, play from the 5-9 deficit, and then look to get the rifle rounds in. Good start here in the second half for VP Prodigy.
Oh dear, what are you doing, Flatro? What is that about?
No, that's all right. That's all right. Didn't know he was there.
Well, at least it's damage done on an eco rather than a full-blown gun round, and also a front right-click rather than a backstab right-click, which does more damage.
I think they've got a lot more bigger concerns than doing a bit of damage for a knife, right?
That is definitely true. Chief among them being the 9-5 that Virtus Pro should take here on round 14, mostly because of the eco that Guild will bring to the table, so shouldn't expect these USPs to get around. Maybe a couple of kills out from the mid face, and indeed they do get a couple of them, but no rifles that can get saved by the CT side because they all go down to the end. 2 AK stay, I think a third one, no, not recovered by Dwishka. Now Guild bring home their guns with what should be their key chance to try turn this scoreline around.
And it's quite easy to say that Guild Eagles obviously had a very disappointing first half, and Virtus Pro Prodigy probably should have closed in regulation on Mirage. To also note that Guild Eagles had map point at 12-11 against a weakened buy and couldn't close. It hurts when you've had those scenarios, when you've had those rounds of very good opportunity that haven't been taken.
Yeah, if this keeps going the way that it is, then we look at the end of this series going, how do we let that go? It was right in our grasp, our map pick. Even considering how good this has been from VP so far in Anubis, you at least have that survival opportunity to go towards the third and try play from there. And again, for a team that were key and clear favourites walking into this best of 3. VP Biggest upset of their campaign so far as Dushka mows through almost 2 kills. Senna down to 34, Synopsy down to nothing. Trying to take main presence, trying to take the opening start. It didn't happen.
That's a massive start here for Virtus Pro Prodigy, because it's going to be the A lane. Now, they've still got a couple of players in the canals to try and work a slight info play, maybe take contact out to Electric and force a slight over-rotation to the B side.
Kusmi, Util in the hand of his opposition. Now being known about counter smokes, Molotovs. Make sure the CT's kind of aggressive.
Senna's leaving?
Yep.
This is a gamble stack to be. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. Round done. Round done. 10 to 5.
Over.
At the best for Guild Eagles, they can keep the guns in for the next round. Actually, the flashbangs come in just enough to tap Senna from his rotation. He tries to stand and fight, get a trade back by a chance for his team, but nothing going his way. He does, in the end, go back into the gamble, into the save. Again, Guild can get the 4 guns back for the next round, but for VP, it's another win on their board. The streak just continues.
And this is looking like back-to-back online best of 3s for Guild Eagles, in which they've lost to a team unranked on HLTV, and then another team at 143rd in the world. We are talking about some seriously low-level competition that they should just be beating in best of 3s.
And yet, they're staring down the barrel of a 2-0 against them. Disappointment is the only word that comes to my mind, Dwayne, at this point when looking at the overarching picture.
Well, even at the LCQ, at the RMR, I mean, Guild Eagles slapped about BetBoom, and that's a team that's obviously trying to qualify for the LAN event directly. They went up against Gamer Legion in that 3rd place decider, and they went down 11-13, 11-13. That was a series that could have been a 2-0 win for them as well. LAN versus online is just so different, results-wise, for this organization and team.
Yeah, you just expect so much better for the Guild Eagles, and well, this may be their last chance. Gun by to concede it would give match point over to Virtus Pro Prodigy. The academy team about to become the school teachers here. The Eagles, they haven't landed at all. Flash is sent in. Senna with the HE is about to try and receive contact outside of main. Smokes will suppress vision, but Virtus Pro are going to charge ahead of it anyway. Nades to pop it open. Vision given, but so much damage done for no casualties. Dushka with 2, reducing Guild down to 3 players. Rotations inbound. They do catch 1 player regressing a little bit too far, but the plant has been secured, and they're getting more picks.
The player in from A-Main's coming in fast, but needs to create impact.
Only 1 frag for him. Rigon overwhelmed. 11-5. Virtus Pro Prodigy. It's closing time.
Rigon is tilted. Rigon is fuming. You can see it on the player cam. They have just had barely any success in the second half. I'd say that the rounds haven't even looked that comfortable. Haven't even looked that competitive. Virtus Pro Prodigy. I mean, this has been 10 rounds in a row won by them. They were down 0-4, they were down 1-5, and now they're 11-5 up. I mean, how does a team against a team like Guild Eagles win 10 rounds in a row?
That's one for the demo review, mate. Because there's no easy answer to it. Like you said, massive concerns for Guild Eagles in this matchup, and it's just coming to fruition right here. 6 to the good for the Academy squad. A broken bye now for the CT side, and it's not like the broken bye of Mirage. No chance for overtime off the back of it unless they springboard it into a lot of prominence, and even then, buys for days on VP. AKs and AWPs for days on VP as well. 1 player to lean in over at main on the A site to check for contact ahead of that smoke. It's that slow style we love to see.
And it kind of reminds me of maybe the Nemega team, Jay. A team that was towards the higher end of Tier 2, kind of hanging around the top 30 to 40 position, and then all of a sudden just disappeared. Just over the span of a few months and transitioning into 6 months and 9 months and into a year, we just never saw them at that same level again. Guild Eagles are just desperate for any level of success right now. And Virtus Pro Prodigy, they know how close they are to once more a historic victory for them in this entire qualification.
As you said, this would be the most significant team they've taken down so far.
in an entire 9 months as well. We are talking about a long span of time that they've had to work and achieve a result like this.
45 seconds to lock it in. Rotations begin out from spawn, looking towards mid. You've also got pushers of the Guild Eagles looking for information. No one's checked out B main, but that might not matter. Shady better be ready for contact. Heads on a swivel, tucked away. Shot connects on Rigon first of all.
Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking.
Well, there it is. Dwag locked in for Virtus Pro Prodigy, taking over control of this series in 2-0 fashion. That 1v2 of the FAMAS didn't come together in the end for Senna. As great as it was, as great as an effort as they put in for the Guild Eagles side, it wasn't to be in the end. And I say as great of an effort as if it's like a hats off to them, commiserations for coming. I think we can both agree in this respect that was a very, very disappointing showing from them today. And it just compounds over the disappointing showing over the last year or so.
It's a joke. It really is. With the players that they've got in front of them, with the performances that we're seeing from them at the RMRs and what we've seen from them previously at the Major, this is a joke. This is insanely poor online versus teams that just should never, ever be getting losses to. I mean, to go 9-3 down on your map pick and then lose 12 rounds in a row out on Anubis, I don't know, man. Roster changes are calling for me, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what else to say other than that. I think you've wrapped it up pretty nicely. There isn't really much else you can go off of. We could get into the details of, like, you know, who's the MVP or whatever. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Like, there would need to be so much more changes from Guild Eagles. They should have won this series and they didn't. And, well, they're eliminated. First game of the tournament, first game of the qualifier, out to the hands of Virtus Pro Prodigy, who move forward to the semi-finals. How long will this underdog run continue? We'll find out over the course of the next couple of days. But first, we have to find out who their opponents are going to be. Peasy and Forze are up to task in our second best of 3 of the day when we return from the break.
So get yourself to safety, 'cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is falling. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away. So suddenly, you're poison the air I breathe.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
Realmente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el... Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos.
Skyesports Masters European Qualifier. We're about to get into our second match of the day and our final match of the quarter-finals. Peasy and Forze look to take it to the stage, but before we do that, let's have a brief little roundup of what we just saw a little bit of a moment ago. Again, Guild Eagles disappointing against the likes of VB Prodigy. We will just show you a little bit more of details as to how that all went down, but I think the big score blind to look at is the scoreline of the map up 13-5, overwhelming from VP. Guild Eagles back to the drawing board, and I'm not talking about tactics, mate.
Yeah, for VP Prodigy, we saw a lot from Extenicero once more, and he's going to be very exciting moving into the next round of the tournament. And I'm sure guys like a Peasy, like a Forze are going to be watching and reflecting on that one, because no matter which way you look at it from the perspective of the favourites of Guild Eagles, this is still a VP Prodigy side that could have closed this best of three in seriously one-sided fashion. We should have been looking at, what, a 13-5, 13-5? And if that was the scoreline that came through, that's a serious threat for the next round.
Yeah, again, it really came down to momentum swings for Guild Eagles as to why they took it to overtime in that first map, and there was no momentum swings in the second one. I remind everybody at home, 5-1 was the scoreline that Guild Eagles led with. They didn't get a single round after that, so... yeah, I mean, look, I think there's positives for VP, certainly a lot of negatives for Guild Eagles as they will crash out, but of course we're going to be looking forward to the rest of the tournament, the rest of the bracket, the rest of the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier, because VP Prodigy are in the semi-finals and they will look to take on either the Peasy or Forze sides that will be playing in our second match of today.
And this is two teams that are towards the higher end of Tier 2. I would say that Peasy are at a higher level just because they've had a couple more qualifications. They've maybe had some deeper runs in the more, I suppose, expanded time cycle. But in the recent few weeks and the recent few officials of tournament placings that Forze have been playing in, they're both showing some impressive stuff.
Indeed. Again, we looked at this matchup saying that this could actually end up being rather an interesting sleeper hit, because while we're all paying attention to the likes of the Bet Boom and Bait matches, the history of Fnatic and 3D Max, the underdog story of VP Prodigy, Forze are a key dark horse, and Peasy are coming into this one with a lot of question marks around them because of the nature of the rumours surrounding the roster.
Yeah, it's very true. And knowing for Forze, they're a team that obviously didn't make it into the RMR. Peasy were a team that made it into the RMR. Forze got eliminated in the RMR closed qualifier by Peasy. So if I'm on that Forze side, if I'm Shafi as the IGL, if I'm Gokushima as the AWP, I'm fuming. I'm like, that's our chance, and you've just taken it from us. So we're coming into this tournament, and we're taking this chance away from you.
And they're looking at the head-to-heads they've had against the Peasy side, and just knowing that they've never actually won a full-on best-of-3 series against them in any of their history, going all the way back to September of last year. It's always been 2-1s or 2-0s to Peasy. Yeah, they won a best-of-1 at one point during an open qualifier for Yongshipping. But outside of that, this Forze team have yet to actually beat out the Danes, even in weakened formations. So an opportunity for revenge would certainly be nice, and in a cutthroat environment like the single Elam bracket, that would be quite a dish best served cold.
I remember Tanir having some really good performances in that Na'Vi Junior series. Very strong on the rifle, very consistent. Gokushima with the AWP was having some good moments. Result, though, the guy that we normally look at, actually underperformed in that series. Never really found comfortability across any map in that best of three. So he's going to be pivotal in a series where, again, when the history always goes the way of the Danes, you need as much out of your star players as you can get.
Well, over on the Peasy side of things, like as I mentioned before, the roster has potentially some question marks around it in terms of its permanency here. In this tournament, we have got one key member that will be looked at above all else. For the Forze side, obviously, they'll be looking to try and exploit the recent changes that Peasy have tried to make within their lineup.
I don't think there's many exploitations, though. We know that Christo is going to be standing in for Peasy, and I assume he's going to be their 5th player. That's the direction I look at it. The 3 games that he has played since helping out Peasy, there was a 2-0 against Entropic, there was a 2-0 versus Passion UA, and there was a 3-0 in a best-of-5 versus Sampi. So he has not dropped a map since he's played here with Peasy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, this is a sort of like a lineup that I look at and I think to myself that on paper it might just work. The only concern is the fact that they are losing out most likely on their veteran. Because you mentioned obviously the fact that Dupree is not going to be in the server for the Peasy camp. The boys over on that side of things have to look at that and obviously understand that you are losing out a key piece that has been to so many recent majors. But in terms of the roles themselves, might be interesting about how Peasy work themselves around that new AWPA. So map vetoes on screen, Dwayne, what do we think?
Well, first off, there's no surprises. Vertigo always gets banned. Mirage always gets banned. Nuke always gets picked. Inferno always gets picked. And Ancient is normally floated as a decider. So there isn't any surprises in this veto. The one caveat I will say is that we have not seen Christo play Nuke with Peasy. So that's the only thing that is kind of something that we have to look out of what to expect, because I actually don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting sort of dynamic. Again, we still are sort of feeling out this new Peasy roster. And as you say, it is relatively likely that actually this Peasy that we see today is the final 5, right? A lot of rumors surrounding Dupree and his potential departure. I can imagine those have quite a fair amount of merit towards them. The goals certainly line up towards it. But I think for Peasy, in terms of their protocols on a map like Nuke, they might have a lot more down pat before them. Because one of the things I noticed about the map pool here is the fact that there is a lot of maps played for Forze in the last 3 months on Nuke at 14. Peasy have played a lot more of the likes of Ancient and Inferno, but then Nuke comes in at 15 times played. So they're actually matching in terms of the number of maps that they have on record in just that one map, and the overall circumstances of their best of 3s has a lot of experience, a lot of practice in them.
And I'll tell you that Peasy are currently ranked 4th in the world in the last 3 months for the most maps played on HLTV. So that's why so many numbers are so high on the maps. They just pretty much play in every single tournament. And a lot of their European Pro Leagues feature the group stage and the playoffs and the lower bracket. So they're getting a lot of best of 3s in with their track record.
And off the back of as well of a win in the recent Euro Pro League season, now is a chance to try and translate that into a LAN final. But let's see how far they can go with it. Forza quick into the pistol, straight out of the pistol rounds. Result with his 2 kills. Alltex can only respond towards 1. Low HP on Result in a 4 versus 3.
A refresh coming in on that backstab out from Lobby. Needs to get some distraction because Seltzer's in an off angle to deal with him.
Shot down to the headshot. Seltzer indeed finds that kill. TMB can't find anything up ahead. Christo that's left go. Kashima removes the, on paper, in theory, an official stand-in from the round. Pistol taken by Forza.
You mentioned Peasy just getting away with a decent victory, winning an entire tournament only a couple of days ago. This has now been the 2nd time in the last 3 months that they've gone to a grand final and they've been able to win it. And they've won 6 out of their past 8 best of 3s. They're on good recent form online. And for Forza, the direction that we look at them in this series is they're not the favourites, but they are the dark horse.
Case for them this entire tournament bracket, perhaps. Against Peasy. Obviously going to get through these guys to contest the tournament itself. So far so good on the start. It is only the 2nd round, so Peasy upgrade pistols on the Force Invest. I've done a lot of damage to Denier early.
You mentioned how many times Peasy have played Nuke, but let's also get into the details of how often it's won. 10 wins and 4 losses in the last 3 months for Forza, while it's only 8 wins and 7 losses for Peasy. So certainly more success going the direction of the CIS squad.
Especially given that that map has been played in all 3 of the last best of 3s between Peasy and Forza. Forza have won it 2 times to the 1 win of Peasy in the, not the last best of 3, but the one before. The history involved in this. How much can Peasy adjust against Forza's own playstyle? How much Forza can do to Peasy on the returning of their map pick? But now they're just stalling against this T side. No real action from Forza. Slow attempt.
It's very disciplined, and Shalfie may just catch a timing of the player out to the rafters. No, dealt with Roy, but couldn't quite catch him, and TMB gets another kill on upper.
That's 5 versus 3. Low HP still on Tanier. Going to be a massive concern as TMB does get overwhelmed. Roy does get checked by Result. Deagle up at Heaven continues to tag away on the T side line. They recover their situation and finally turn a man advantage back.
Result's just had another round of another multi. Christo might try a spam in through main. No, just get on the front side and at least get away with 1.
Low HP on the last 2. Alltex on his 5-7. This is not impossible here. Case of dealing with the Galil first, turned away at the wrong moment. The nade sent back to the backside, now he's revealed. But Tanir's caught on transition. As is Result, similar story. Tagged up, taken down by the pistol player of Vortex as he clutches the round for Peasy.
Yeah, Vortex coming in massively in that round, and it took a little bit of guts, him and his ex-teammate, to work that 2vx. And Christo and the likes of Vortex played together on Astralis Talent from August of 2022 to June of 2023, just before they split paths and obviously went out to Peasy from Vortex's point of view. A very good round. I mean, that takes guts for the scout to legitimately run through that main smoke, get away with 1 kill, and then just instantly drop.
Caught everybody off guard. You didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. The Forza players didn't see it coming either. Only by being a scout that pushed that it was able to get traded. Bomb plants were secured by Forza. They're going to try and force back into this next one. AK and a Galil, but 3 Deagles out to play with.
Yeah, Peasy know structurally what to expect off of the basis from Forza, just because of how long the cores have been standing and just how many best of 3s keep going back and forth in other tournaments. But just knowing that you're always successful, just knowing that you always edge that victory, it's got to be so painful for the Forza side every time that they see they have to take on Peasy. And this round, Shafi's got a rifle, Resalt's got a rifle. A chance for one of those 2 guys to make something happen.
But again, the slow approach will ensue for Forza, leaning into a ramp where Refresh is holding alongside Ultex. The AK might get forced off position, and Refresh allowed a kill or 2. Only 1 pick found. The M4 also overwhelmed for Christo, so those rifles, that rifle does have its impact.
Result is farming. He is having back-to-back triple rounds of multi-frags. And I want to say that his impact of another couple is pretty much just secured a round. Has to be a save call.
Plant down secured, no real breathability for Roy and TMB. Stick around for potential exits, but this will be seconds at the border Forza.
And just to give you an idea, Result averaged just under 13 kills per map in that best of 3 versus Na'Vi Jr. He's currently 7-1 going into round 4.
Roy does get Gokushima back. Let's try and keep a hold of this M4. Forza, however, wonderful stuff to respond to the war of attrition early on in the game. Roy hunting for an AK. Will he get one? I don't think he will. Chased upon by the T side anyway, so good call to get out of there and stay alive. Forza can get the lead back.
And this is where another buy has to come down for Peasy. And for Forza, win pistol, lose the anti-force buy, win your own force buy. Actually put yourself in a really good position. Money's fairly strong in the reserve from Forza. They've obviously got themselves a lot of rifles up against not a lot in reserve from what Peasy are offering.
Once again, forcing the issue for round number 4. Walks up from the T's towards outside. Can only really be contested by Roy and TMB. TMB does find damage onto one past the smoke. Ivan to near. What can Roy do with that?
Now this M4 needs to get distraction. TMB just gets a spam kill in there from main. Result is instant with the trade though.
Trying to respond out towards the upper side. Take damage up onto Old Tex. Christo's scout seen tapped. But damage worth. Roy comes up from the vents, and Result just responds in kind. So effective from his own individual style of play. A refresh is all that remains. I was going to say Result, because it feels like he's the one that's the most involved here for Forza, certainly on the numbers game. Shelfie, his bomb plant could be denied. No, Gokushima comes in from heaven for the assist.
And we're under the assumption here that it should be Christo being the new 5th player from Peasy. If that is the case, I want to say that this is the best team that he's ever been a part of. He's played for AGF, he's played for Ambush, he played for North for a little bit when they were sort of petering out, Lingby Vikings, Astralis Talent, Masonic. It's kind of all middle of the pack tier 2 teams. Never had one that's striking at the higher end of tier 2.
Be his moment to really show what he can do within this squad. Again, we talked about the roles and the he fits into the Peasy lineup. However, are the ones on the front foot are the ones in the lead and should be able to take another step forward here with this eco basis. Peasy will not be able to contest with the money basis. They need to save their cash into the rifle buy. I believe he's got the stack, you know.
Shalfie's already in heaven, so this is the round over already. They're not going to run into the stack at all.
Falls towards the upper bomb side, they'll realise there has to be an upper take. There's no real options towards it. They run the risk of running into the stack.
I know you love a what if, Jay. Imagine the what if of both Aurora and Celta being at the main event.
That would be a very interesting storyline to watch.
It really would be. About, what, 1 month after he gets kicked from Aurora, he comes out here for Forze, they meet at the LAN event, they play one another, one eliminates the other. Man, it's just too good to be true. It just, it's shaping up for a magical storyline.
Again, Forze are the dark horse of this tournament, so if they're going to make it that far, they've got to get through some staunch opposition, most notably Peasy at the moment in front of them.
And we have to note that obviously the last head-to-head was in the RMR closed qualifier. That's when they still had sort of the stand-in situation coming in, because Crad left and then they kind of were using a couple of other pieces just to help out the officials. Now that they've finally got Celta involved, he's not sort of known in this rivalry.
Spray through from TMB is known towards the T side at Mini. Gets the kill on Result and damage down to that Molotov to Celta, down to 50 points of health. Responsives actually do tag him low. Tanir gets involved and gets that casualty right back.
They are working outside with a lot of success. Tanir with another kill. Mate, I am loving what I'm seeing right now from Forze. Roy can finally adapt with the trade and Refresh gets another one, but it's just the creative spacing and timings that Forze are working outside.
Unfortunately for them, Peasy have managed the trades. Now Gokushima wins Refresh next, the M4 to hold contactors. Only at 40 points of health, so does get caught off by the AK spray, but 29 points of health for Gokushima that remains. Expensive round, at least for the CT side. In case of whether they are able to win it, Plant will be secured in amongst that smoke. Will Alltech spring for the blind spray? Yes, he does, but catches him ahead of that smoke. Regardless, it will be a retake for Peasy.
But they dealt with Result very early on in that round, and obviously that's a danger man that they probably need to deal with for the majority of these rifle rounds. Peasy get their second. Decent effort from Gokushima, and he makes it still expensive. You're getting a bomb plant bonus to strengthen your own economy line. You're getting 3 players to drop in a round that doesn't look all that winnable at the tail end. So they'll be happy with how the end result came about.
On the Peasy side, their bonuses are the 2 AKs. But not as strong economy state for their own right. Only individual rounds being coming into these diffusers in the second. And of course the 6th. Forze still have 4 rifles. Bringing in the AWP for Gokushima once again. Set on to try and look for Christo, whose blind sprays out towards Sweet. Will not do all that much. At least evades the crosshairs of the big green.
Gokushima's waiting for a jiggle, a slight movement out there from main or from credit card. Result has been so defensively passive in from lobby for the majority of these gun rounds. Outside, oh, Gokushima gets close.
Doesn't connect it though. Second shot also doesn't land either. Peasy scramble the outside positions because they're aware of the danger now. Gokushima joining his teammates on the bottom floor as Result tries to act out a trophy.
Peasy are getting baited with a lot of their utility. They've only got a couple of smokes left and an incendiary and a molly. Christo watching over the edge of those smokes, but Tanir's been able to get into garage. Same with Shalfie.
Going to be wary of this. AWP not going to get seen at the edge of the smoke. He has been there, but Christo just locks it in, Roy, with assistance. But now the players can strike out. Christo does fall down, but Refresh and Roy hold the man advantage, even with Tanir's secondary trade back. Celta caught out in the open, might get faced upon by the player coming in from Secret. Refresh is caught Tanir, so now it's all left to Celta. 1 versus 3. TMB just rushes his way towards outside, gives up his life, and Celta will just be seen making his way down Secret. The Peasy squad have to adjust.
Yeah, Alltex doesn't want to drop into the vents too quickly. They want to double up off of the back of it. This is so similar to the last rounds.
Plant secured, safe to the backside. Alltex is creeping in close though. AK facing over at Decon door. Knife pulled out. Has no idea how close he is. And there goes the round for Peasy.
I look at these last couple of rounds, and it doesn't actually feel as if there's a lot in it, which is what we should probably expect in this best of 3. When you've got 2 high-end tier 2 teams with a lot of history, there's going to be a couple of defining kills that make that round. Christo outside, spots the AWP, but instantly there's trades there from Garage. Refresh does help out by quite a margin in there from the Lockers position down in Hell. We've had 2 rounds back-to-back of 2v1s from Peasy.
Doesn't help their economy state. At least the rounds will still come in for them. The AWP on Christo now. M4's on the other 3. The AK that was saved by Ultex. I thought they were going to hold out for the defuse to try and get a second AK in, but it's the AWP more valuable to Christo's part of things. The AWP will also be in for Gokushima over for Forze. Entries have been wonderful. Result has been tagged. Must have been heard by the player close towards Vent. Ultex going to catch that kill. Second player drops down. Roy's ready for him.
A bomb dropped. Round's pretty much over now. Tried to go in for the Vent dive, and Roy's positioning was just too strong. Forze. There's just no recovery. You can probably just save here, honestly, in the 3v5.
I hate to say it, but it seemed like the best call. EMB just popping up for anyone that might make their way out of Squeak Door. And those 2 casualties taken by Forze were dished out. No damage to return to Peasy. Smokes on and everything. Shelfie will sneak. Flashbang forward. Players will get blinded. All 3 are grouped up and trying to make their way in. Trying to try their hand at the upper take. Damage on Celta. Shelfie leaning forward. Player in the backside just waiting up at heaven. Might actually concede the bomb plant at least.
No, bombs in Vent.
No, bombs in Vent, excuse me. My bad. Peasy. I mean, they have Dominion over this round. Forze are just trying to prod for an exit kit, I think.
Well, they're trying to get a kill that can at least establish some rotations to get down in Vent, but no one's peeking. No one is even offering a fight. So, yeah, just save.
23 seconds. They're still looking down the Vent. Have to go back to passive position soon enough because, oh, they're going for the AWP. Shelfie not securing that. Now the last 2 players will start to truly fall away because casualties, especially on Celta, would seriously hinder the economy state. 4 apiece. TMB is going to go for his hunt. Catching off the likes of Tinit. Tapped up side of the head. 1,500 for him on the next buy, which isn't terrible considering the Forze are not that better off than the players that did go down. But not ideal for those 2 players.
Yeah, this is scary because these were a couple of rounds in a row that were competitive and now one that just wasn't. And this allows Peasy to really start steamrolling, getting closer to maybe an 8-4, a 7-5-ish sort of scoreline in the first half of Nuke, and really try and contest a bit of a steal in the series of the 2-0 potential. Not a steal of just being able to win it, but to close it in 2 rather than going to that 3rd map of Ancient. And we always talk about the dynamic of AWP player and IGL being on the same page and being familiar with what they want to achieve. For Christo and for TMB, they've played about 200 maps together on HLTV, and that was on AGF in different iterations. They played a little bit together in 2018, they played most of 2019 together, and most of 2020. So we're talking about 2 guys that on and off have been teammates for what, a good 3 years? That's a huge amount of time for an AWP and IGL combo.
Talk so much about chemistry between individual players and teams, and one of the difficulties that we talked about Guild Eagles making roster changes are the fact that those guys have been together for so long, and same sort of situation applies here. Forze trying to figure out how to deal with the fear factor that Peasy have inserted into this CT half. 2 attacks called back-to-back. Got to utilize this AK in some fashion. Result has brought down Kevlar helmet and a little bit of utility, so heavy is the investment, and eventually they do go for the full force, it seems.
Yeah, Forze have won 7 out of their past 11 best of 3s on HLTV. It's been a great track record since adding Celta into the roster. But this is going to be one of their toughest best of 3s so far. Celta and Gokushima will be looking for an opening man advantage. Aggressive outside with pretty much the majority of the squad.
AWP set on refresh. Same story for Christo. Double AWPs in with the CT side. Watching the red box is Christo ahead of Garage. Any smokes that can come down towards midi. There will be one player. Quick pod out from the feint. T-side Force. Gokushima gets Christo back, but they're aware that they're all head hard towards red and potentially down a secret. Roy did get tagged up quite a bit as Refresh's secondary AWP does find Result on the return over at the ramp entrance. Advantage taken. M4 looking for a fight. Roy is going to win it. Player inside could also get caught by Ultex. Indeed, he does. Shelfie out to clutch.
Now, AWP in a safe position once more, but mate, there's no way he's going to save. There's no way that he should be able to hold on to this. He'll definitely drop before time or after time. And there's a lot of guys, I suppose that we can say on Peasy, right, that already have experience. So yes, even if they do lose Dupree and they get in an AWPA, I think it solves the role clashes more than the experience. I mean, you've got bloody Roy and Refresh on this team.
Yeah, exactly. Having a veteran like Dupree certainly gives you a lot more of the significant time experience, but there have been former Tier 1 players in this team. Shelfie trying to creep. Roy's expect press. Sees the head, finds his man, does get in before time, so at least they don't suffer the same economical hurt that they had found in the last round. And Forze, that was a force invest, and they won't be able to follow it up with a buy right here. Peasy on the fast track to the half win.
And there's a lot of Tier 2 Danish teams that have kind of been looking at the Copenhagen Flames run of obviously when they made the majors as the ones that we want to replicate, the performances that we want to try and get to. And you've got guys that were obviously from that previous team. Both the head coach of Vorberg and Roy is a player too.
Speaking of Roy, in against the Deagles, down at 18 HP, not encouraging. Does escape the ire of the T-side players as they try and fight for that outside opening kill, unable to secure it. Turning damage is still pretty staunch against Forza, but TMB struggling to get this open kill in. Shelfie locks in his Deagle headshot.
A decent start from Forza. Now that they've been able to exploit ramp 2, they need more though. That one kill's not going to grant anything just yet.
Close quarters from the likes of Result, the player at range. Christo backs away. Result somehow doesn't catch him, but he's caught up on the ladder. Couldn't make his way into heaven, so that's 2 casualties, plus damage done to Roy on outside still. Potential to work into the upper bomb site as Refresh gets caught by Celta, and Forza are answering back here.
Oh, this eco is turning into a nightmare from Peasy. They're trapped towards outside. Alltex is in through main. Roy's low HP. They're going to recover so many weapons as well.
M4 and AWP already in the hands of Celta, and Result. Alltex just protected by Roy, his AK trying to stay in. Roy can't last much longer though because he's low HP and Alltex has already gone down. Should recover that AK on Shelfie. Roy known about 4 points of health. Surprised that one wallbang shot didn't even connect the AWP. Firing away, Result's Deagle will turn it back and they can recover all the weapons they need on Forza. Wonderful, wonderful steal.
And that's probably the best eco you're going to see all day. It turns into a rifle round without investment. That's just everything. And for Peasy, they're actually going to have a pretty rubbish buy come the last round of the half if they can't win this one here. Money in the reserve is low for Christo, TMB, Refresh, Roy and Alltex have a little bit, but the loss bonus isn't there. So this is prime position for Forza to try and go 7-5 arm.
Tanir starts off against Christo. Outside position is dominated by him, 19 points of health, but gets away with a kill unlike Roy in that previous round. TMB catches him through the smoke though. 4-on-4.
Pressure towards ramp building, but Refresh does not drop. Instead, hold the incendiary, try and work in that crossfire, but his teammate drops. Refresh gets on the other side, does a lot of damage. This M4, can he line up anymore? No! Does get overwhelmed in the end.
Runs out of ammo. Alltex, all that remains, are going down to that B bomb site, so the fact that he's here over at the corridors allows a little bit of workability, but the flank coming in from Secret leaves not much breathing room. Deagle's a tap in to open the windows up permanently. He's going to try and hunt for the player that might be on his way, but the AK locks in the headshot of Shelfie. And Forza hit minimums.
I love it how we've gone from the last best of 3 series having some real scrappy Counter-Strike, some 9-3 halves, 12 rounds in a row, to now both teams giving it a proper crack. Both teams giving it a proper, decent showing of level of Counter-Strike. And I would say for both of these teams, again, the expectation has to be the LAN. And when that is your expectation in the quarterfinal matchup, you know you're going to have a banger.
Forza faced the force by a Peasy. Damage done to that FAMAS early on. That Scatman want to turn his attention towards the secret cross because Roy needs support and he gets it. 2 kills found by Shelfie and Celta. One man top of the boxes is going to try and hunt for a pickback. Goku Shima on his AWP firing away, revealing himself to the CT side. TMB, the man who hasn't yet to strike back at Secret, is going to wait for them to make their way into close quarters combat. That SMG to try and strike. The rifle still working. The outside presence, though. The trades finally come in for Result Antonir. 3 to return. TMB get to strike. Refresh now to hold down the lobby position. And this other SMG to try and flank back at the back lines.
The reposition's probably too late out there from Secret. Refresh looked off. This just wastes more time for him to get into a good scenario.
Can't see anything ahead of the squeak door. Result's expecting someone to come up from the vent. That's not to be the case. Swing in, check his corners, refresh dead to right and TMB. All that's left. A positive start for the CTs in this round, but not an end to their favour. 7-5 at the turn for Forze.
And lovely to see Result back in prime form. 20-6 out in that first half. Averages a 1.22 rating on Nuke in the last 3 months. Really consistent for this Forze team. Always a guy that you can rely on. Always a guy that's going to help you put performances on against top-end competition. So it was a surprise to not see that against Na'Vi Jr. But for Forze, 17 rounds, mate, you'd be happy with that.
As Prodigy look to their own T side. Try and contest with these pistols. Again, want to try and swing momentum well and truly towards their favour. How fast they'll make their way in towards the ramp room. Engagements against the likes of Shelfie, who gets only damage against a couple of players. Christo and Refresh are particularly low. TMB continue working towards the outside, but the B site should get taken, or they can wrap hell, go to heaven. Resol in a very intriguing spot. No one's really checked for him. 2 kills to gain. Headshots are plenty, and looking in for more. His teammates stand off against, as he's got the bomb fully in his control. The round is over. No matter if they try and fight their way out of this, to get back up to heaven, Resol just has the round off the basis of his sequence. The pistol win for Forze.
That has to be an anti-strat. There's no way that ramp is compromised and Result holds that position. That is probably the biggest off angle you're going to see in this map. Out there, in heaven, just lovely. Trigger discipline, lovely timing to drop that bomb. Even once he gets those 2 kills and the bombs get dropped, he doesn't even need another kill towards default. That round's just already over from there.
Prodigy get put in a very awkward spot now. T-side basis. On the back foot early. Basic eco round coming in for them. No upgrades, no forces, no more than just the Glocks. Chelfie. Payday up for the SMG. Tags up the first. Jump face around the corner with flash assistance from Gokushima. Guess that first player. Is he aware of the second?
Prodigy just hoping to not get farmed. And hoping that all techs can get this kill. These are always so tough, but he makes it happen.
A whiff bullet, however, and that would have been the end of it. It was why it is such a tough one to kit. Now with an MP9 to support the T side, but the lobby press is coming in from Tanir and co. Seeing 2 more as TMB did get caught. Christo and Refresh will fall to that SMG. All techs for an exit. Does just about win it out, but thrown off by Aim Punch and Celta's M4 will steal the round in for Forze. 9-5 on the board. All to the good of Forze as the guns come in from Prodigy. This is their chance to really try and answer back here, because in terms of their head-to-heads against Forze's side, Forze have always had the better of the CT basis, so a not encouraging scoreline here. Prodigy need to answer back soon.
Just knowing that for Forze, win this gun round, probably comfortably take Nuke, which would not go in line with what we've seen over the last couple of best of 3s.
Fast forward on Prodigy. Roy tanking a lot of the damage. The smokes towards the crosses will be set. He's expecting someone to try something cheeky here on the CT basis, and indeed, the nade will pop open a smoke, but not see anything. So now with that signal, they can cross.
Walk down, and already Celta's going to hit them head on. M4 playing out from the single door. Just about spotting for information.
Yeah, Roy needs help here. HP will not be enough to win this fight. To make the backup plan of the trade game if he does go down. Meanwhile, his teammates are just suppressed behind the red boxes. Flashes are coming in as they do cross down a secret eventually. And Celta actually made his way back upstairs out of the events. Outside position, Christo's going to challenge him, so that's a casualty taken.
There's a lot of space being exploited here from Prodigy. The CT's getting caught in reposition. Christo does get a 1-for-1, but Resol gets 2.
TMB caught Shalfie in the meantime, so it's a 3 versus 3, but that bomb is now known to the CT forces. Refresh A high HP element walking his way in from Squeaky to a result, pressing as Roy gets Goku, or gets caught by Goku Shima outside over at the locker rooms. He sees that second player going in for the bomb, tagged to 3.0 of his TMB, now refreshes the strike. He's only caught the one player though, getting away from Result, who's played this patiently with silence, information denied, and he knows with 20 seconds on the clock, that bomb has got to commit towards upper, it was dropped towards outside. Goku Shima gets refresh, and TMB has no chance here, not at 3 HP, not running into the last man with a knife out. Forza 10-5 now.
26-6. Result is having an unreal performance out here on Nuke. They just can't stop him. I actually reckon that the majority, it might be maybe not the majority, but almost every round that Forza have won has been down to him getting a multi-frag. He just keeps getting 2 or 3 kills. I don't know how he does it.
Forza ain't complaining. Breezy might be talking amongst themselves. How do we shut this guy down? He's the big threat. He's been giving us the most amount of trouble. And here on T-side, all we can do to contest it is bring some Tech 9s into play. Aggressing into Hut, the position that he's currently holding from. One player does dive down the vents and try and make a bit of noise out there, draw attention away from the upper bomb site pit perhaps, because the real hit's coming in out towards this ramp position. Tanir with a kill back on Christo. Refresh does catch Celta off in the end. Dive down into the likes of the M4s though. Shelfie, Tanir and Resell, just easy pickings for them.
Ultex can pick up that AK, but drops it down quickly. And maybe, Jay, the conversation has to be made. Yes, we have not seen Forza in the head-to-heads against Peasy ever beat them in a best of 3. But what about Celta? What about that one extra player and what that's done for the roles? What's that done to maybe get more players involved? This has been a really good showing from them on Nuke.
Yeah, the most one-sided scoreline we've seen from Forza over the likes of Peasy. CS2 at least. Roy desperate to find a man who's aggressed forward to that smoke. Shelfie is just antagonizing Peasy here. TMB does catch him a little bit aggressive though. The headshot is gained. More CTs around the corner over at red though. Roy, his job isn't done. Celta is going to get caught though.
They're getting overwhelmed, and now more emphasis goes down towards lower when Refresh tries to cut a rotation on the upper bomb side. Forza, they've got Result alive, so maybe this round is still on.
Gokushima on the outside. As Result closing in to support him. Roy is expecting this player to be here, though. He's watching for an ascension up from the secret stairs. M4 catches Roy back. Well, Result extends to 29. Picks now Tanir with a trade back on the execution. Inbound now. The crossfires are locked outside of the bomb site. They start swinging though. Engagement of TMB. Christo gets Gokushima, but Tanir's not done. And Christo's Orb to a 1 versus 1. No scope on the first. Second player seen. Tanir. He has his own moment of a quadra, and Forza just don't give up anything to Peasy. They had it all in that round.
What is going on? What is actually happening? That is a 3v5 recovery. First off from Roy, how he's not able to win that kill to Secret, I will not know. And then Tanir with just the jiggle, the distraction, the emphasis of his teammates in there for main, setting him up for massive success.
Oh, Peasy. Picked apart piece by Result and his cronies. It's mostly been him. But you can't deny that Tanir won that last round for them. Gokushima, his Orb, not really needing to have much impact in this as Tanir is continuing to collapse down Christo. Advantage taken by Forza once again.
They're just getting ripped apart in this second half. Refresh to try and work out from the door, but Celta's on the other side.
Spray on his teammate as well. TMB just seen before that smoke blooms. 2 left standing for Peasy. Forza are going to make this a quick end to Nuke. It was their map pick, but man alive, this has been an absolute stomping to start things off. Peasy have contested this map in the past. They have pressed the issue quite far. But in the end, Forza are just too strong for a 13-5 result to start things off. Result Work has been done by him, ends with a 30 bomb, rightfully deserved, the clear and obvious star of Forze to catapult them to a fantastic start.
Result got 38 kills in the entire best of 3 against Na'Vi Jr. in the first round, and he's just dropped 30 and 7 in map 1. You can't really say too much else, but that is a cracking performance. That is a superstar level performance from Result.
Oh, well and truly. Fantastic stuff shown up by him. And for Forze, it's such an encouraging way to get themselves involved in this series. They have just taken over Nuke. They have not let Peasy in the slightest manner of fashion. This is, again, a map that has been close in the past, right? We've talked about the fact that there have been best of 3s between these two teams, so many in the past of its own right. The last head-to-head saw a Nuke that went to 16-14. It was moved to overtime. Peasy didn't even get close to making that replicable.
And for Forze, you have a look at the last couple of events that they're playing in. Again, we haven't seen the majority of events yet. It's pretty much just been closed qualifiers. But since bringing Celta into the roster, they've made themselves a top 4. They've got themselves into the grand final. And now we're seeing them in a derby matchup where, oh, I should say not a derby matchup, but a matchup that they're familiar with a rivalry. And they just smoke them. I mean, that first half, it was competitive, we have to be said. It was a good start. It was definitely a second performance there from Prodigy to kind of keep it close. But that second half, they didn't even give them a look in. It didn't even seem as Prodigy was going to win some rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, they just took over. The CT side was just unbelievably dominant, right? And again, Prodigy, you've shown themselves to have at least enough competitiveness about them to make the T-side halves look somewhat respectable. That cannot be said for that last map up. They were just all over them, right? And it's not necessarily an issue with Prodigy. It's just the fact that Forze were just doing massive work, right? And I had my fears when it came to them turning over the 7-5 advantage on T side, the idea that CT side has always been the basis of these two teams in this rivalry in the past, but just at least it has looked competitive in the past, and that wasn't the case.
And this is where both teams obviously are trying to play their absolute A game. For Prodigy, they'll look at that Nuke and say, oh, we probably gave it 60-70%. We've got to take it to 100. We've got to go out towards Nuke and play our real best, because if we're getting that kind of performance from Forze, they could threaten the series. They could be that dark horse that we were hoping they will be.
We talked about it during the course of the first round and the way that they played more so than the team that they played, and certainly they feel like a squad that now can go quite the distance, especially with Prodigy being beaten out as well as they have done here. I mean, I'm just a little bit shell-shocked, honestly, because I didn't expect it to be this comfortable.
Yeah, it's true. You know that Nuke gets played a hell of a lot. We now know for Prodigy that since the stand-in has come through from Cristo, this is their first map loss. And maybe we have to look at the recent few officials they've played with Cristo and say they played in Tropic, 87th on HLTV. They played Passion UA, 98th on HLTV. They played Sampy in the best of 5, 81st on HLTV. We're not talking about high-end tier 2 teams that they have played with Cristo. So now that you're going into a Forze side that nearly qualified to ESL Challenger Melbourne, you're going up against tougher competition.
And it's showing right here, right? Maybe the lineup is not quite ready with their formation as of yet to hold the confidence that we expected out of Prodigy in the context of what they've done so far, right? I mean, there's obviously work that needs to be done between the two map-ups, and at the very least, they are going into a little bit more comfortability with their own map pick, but I would be very fearful if they got into that second map and thought to ourselves, okay, lads, it's okay, we can still bounce back from this, because this is a serious threat posted by Forze. Yes, strictly speaking, they can still bounce back from that. Yes, they still have a bit more comfortability over on the second map, but it's just like, I just feel like after a map like this, you have to take it back to basics and figure out what went so wrong.
No, I disagree with that. I just think that their Inferno is a lot stronger. I don't think they need to change a massive amount at all. I don't think mentally they need to change a massive amount at all. They've got a lot of strength in their Inferno, and they pretty much lose it to nobody. So I'm not concerned about map number 2. I still think we're 100% going to a third map decider.
Well, Result obviously showing himself to be a major issue for the Prodigy side, and if he has a second map like that, then there might be more concerns. I know it is rather rare to go as ham as you have done in one map and then replicate that over the second, unless you are truly just that unbelievably consistent. But yeah, Forze just being an absolute threat here in this series already, and Prodigy, well, they will be able to look back towards that Inferno and still get a decent crack at it. I'm still thinking it will go towards a third map. It's just that the confidence has got to rattle some brains.
No, I still disagree, because again, this is a team with experienced players. This is a team that was at the RMR. With the players they've got on the roster, I just don't think they get rattled. Like, there's certainly some tier 2 teams that would. There's some teams in this bracket as well. But when I look at Prodigy, I just don't think so. They've been able to win events. They've been able to get into grand finals. They've been able to consistently be at the higher end of tier 2 for the last next 3, 4, 5 months or so. So because of that, I look at this campaign going into map 2, and I think they'll take it really calmly.
I mean, I'm still looking at the confidence basis for the likes of Forze, though. Like, they must be really riding the highs off the back of that performance there, and especially for the likes of Result and dropping 30 kills. Again, they'll be feeling very good about what they just did over on Nuke. It is comfortable. That is much the case. They can't get complacent from here on out because you are right. Inferno is coming up next, and it is a very tough map to beat a team like Peasy on. So we head towards our short break and come back with our second map of the series.
Hace 5 dimos, nena, por tu forma de hablar. Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Por si nos arrepentimos, si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el...
Very much a positive start for Forze in the opening map, but the best of three, a dominant showing on Nuke, their own map pick. Now we look towards that solid Inferno from the part of the Peasy cam. We look at those stars once again of the Forze side, wondering if they can continue to keep it up as this one rolls on, because no matter what you want to say about how confident that map you are, right before the break, Dweg, Inferno is a tough cookie to crack.
Yeah, for Forze, they'll look at this one and say, we've actually done something that we haven't done before, and that is just body the opposition. Just come out here, just destroy Peasy. So it's got to be a very good feeling for Peasy to now obviously see Result dropping 30 to get a 13-5 and get yourself in with this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, the most one-sided scoreline we've seen from them in CS2 over Peasy has been a 13-8. So just to really highlight, and that was, of course, on Nuke, so standardized stuff. It was still a series win for Peasy, though, so keep that in mind as we head towards the second and third map-ups here. Obviously, for Peasy, it might be a case that, like, their position is not going to be as tested going forward into the rest of this best of 3 because of the fact that it is such a solid second map for them. But I feel like that but there might be some more confidence thrown up on Forze as part of things, particularly Result. Again, 30 kills and 7 deaths. What a map he had.
He's a strong player out on Inferno as well. I would say Tanir is a stronger player, though. When I've kind of seen the previous head-to-heads on Inferno between these two, Tanir's normally the guy that kind of catches the eye for impact, and he had some really good rounds. I mean, that 4K that he had at the back of default just set up what was really a decimating CT half. That second half just pummeling that came in.
Yeah, you're right. Again, it was the pummeling. They didn't let them in at all in the second half of things. And that's obviously discouraging for the likes of Peasy because they did have some moments where you thought, okay, they've got like this 5-on-3 or this 5-on-2, and then suddenly Result comes back and Shelfie gets involved. There's Tanir on the defensive at the back of the A bomb site with the upper hit, comes forward, just kill after kill, time after time. No real answers for Peasy in that first map up. And I think momentum certainly favors the Forza side here. If they can hit the ground running in this map, they'll still make it a decent affair. But in terms of the map record here for the likes of Peasy, I mean, they've only lost it 3 times in the last 3 months, and that's out of a total of 16 times played. That being to higher level squads like 3D Max, like a Metasport, Secret, obviously, I guess kind of like within that sort of like transition position between being top end of tier 2. So yeah, like again, a number of significant results for Peasy.
And one of the teams that I rate as the #1 team in this bracket is Fnatic, and they got owned by Fnatic got owned by Peasy on Inferno. They were comfortable showings when they played them previously. So yeah, I don't think there'll be much in this. For Forza, their Inferno track record does look kind of weak. Haven't seen a lot of good results from them recently. I haven't seen a massive amount to give us a threat of a 2-0. So they can probably hold their weight and try and contest this series. But for Peasy, they'll probably think, man, if you can absolutely slam us on map #1, then we're going to do the exact same for you here on our home turf. We're going to try and get into that third map decider after a comfortable showing.
Well, the last head-to-head between Peasy and Forza did feature in Inferno, which did get pressed to 13-11. So the fact of the matter is that Forza have shown that they can still try and outplay and outmaneuver Peasy. We saw a little bit of that over on Nuke, right? The anti-strat and the pistol round, where they were expecting him to come up from hell and get towards heaven, the kills on the bomb carrier and everything, like so well placed on the part of Forza. But I felt that they're going to need to like have a significant number of anti-strats in that respect to be able to replicate that sort of performance on this map.
Oh, I mean, it just comes down to pure fundamentals, really. I mean, both teams have got some decent background stuff. I know for Forza, they've got a head coach and they've got an assistant coach. For Peasy, they've also got a coach and an assistant coach. So you've kind of got background staff on both teams in a rivalry that just keeps getting played, a rivalry that keeps going the way of Peasy. So there'll be a lot of information on both of these teams. They'll both be very familiar with how each other play.
Well, now, of course, to put that familiarity into practice from Forza's side, if they can get away with the 2-0 right here, it would be absolutely stellar stuff for them to continue this dark horse run, as we will, over this qualifier bracket. Again, though, I feel like with the nature of these best-of-3 series is between these two teams, they've always usually pressed the 3 maps, and Peasy have typically always won them. So the idea that history is backing them of their own right, if they have that, you know, any sort of mental concerns will be negated by the fact that that history certainly favours the Danes in this context.
A lot of the upsets that we've been kind of talking about recently from Forza as well have always pretty much gone to a third map. They had that 2-1 victory against Koi, the 2-1 against 9 Pandas, the 2-1 against BetBoom. The only real upset that they had was a 2-0, which was against Aurora in an opening game of a qualifier, which it went 2-0. So a lot of the time they do get stretched, they do get pushed, and even against Navi Jr. in the first round, we can both sit here and say, oh, well, it should be Forza closing that one out in a 2-0 fashion. That still went to a third map.
Indeed it did. I mean, Navi Jr. held credit towards them on that Ancient, which might throw a couple of things in terms of the way things can go down for this last map of this series if we do go towards it. But something as well as you mentioned during that, before we went to the break, right? The idea that we have yet to see Peasy take on top-level competition with this 5-man unit, right? You mentioned the 3 matchup winning streak, the 2 best of 2s and the 1, best of 3s and the 1 best of 5, all being 2 0s and 3 0s. The 7 maps in a row that they've won now being disrupted by Forze because we had yet to see them play that map with that player against a team of the caliber.
Yep, and that means that it's new territory from Peasy, but it's not familiar territory that they're not available with. So, coming out here on Inferno, I think we're 100% going to a 3rd map decider.
Let's see if Peasy can make it so. On the T-side start for the Danes, Forze are set with their USPs on the crossfires, heavy-handed over towards the A-bomb site. Another great read from the CIS squad. Peasy about to walk into that stack here. The smokes down a Moto. Tanir swings forward and again gets a stellar sequence with his pistols out. 2 kills for 1 trade. Advantage Forze.
He keeps putting impact up on the board and he's going to be a go-to guy. Roy try and retreat. Shalfie, though, striking out. Another kill that comes through from Resol. And Roy, just when he started to back off, realizes all of his teammates are gone.
And not much more he can do in the pistol. Result, another fantastic headshot from him just to match up to the numbers that Tanir started with. The impact in that quick swing out of brackets. Pistol advantage gained by Forze once again.
And if you are Forze, I know we're talking about a dream world at the moment, but if you do come out with a 2-0 victory and a convincing one, that adds maybe less of a dark horse and maybe turning into a favorite. I mean, if you can beat Peasy comfortably, we can't look at them as the plucky underdog anymore.
Forze. The easiest second round on the board, of course, 3 for 3 in pistols in this series so far.
And we'll keep an eye on what happens in the second half, because that could be a dictating factor.
Unable to convert momentum off the back of it for the most part. Outside of that 1 second round still from Peasy, which even then responded towards. It's always been momentum swings in the favour of Forze off the back of it, so eco basis certainly applies. See whether Shalfie's aggression can catch any players off guard, or whether he can get caught off guard, and in the end actually misses the player at underpass, but knows that the player's behind the smokes.
Yeah, we could say that that was the best eco of all time. You win an eco round, and then you don't lose a round from that point onwards.
And counteract response. Peasy trying to steal one back, of course, in this particular eco. They're playing carefully.
Oh, come on, Brev. Don't say they're trying to steal one back. They've got Glocks, Brev.
Well, look, I mean, they're trying to play around the T sides. They're trying to find something here, whatever that is. If it's a round win, if it's a rifle, one kill at best.
Oh, man.
Whatever you want to call it, Peasy are hunting for something here, and in the end, they will get absolutely nothing out of it. All 5 alive for Forze, 2-0 start. Here come the guns.
And this opening rifle round is going to have a lot of emphasis on some of the key players. Now, I look at Roy as being a real tantalizing player on T-side, really good in trades, works some really good timings. Him and Refresh are probably that kind of dynamic duo on T-side that we expect the most from. So I'm looking at those two to be impactful. I'm looking at those two to win rounds and get this strong round streak out of the way, because it was, what, 8 in a row to close map 1. We've now got 2 in a row, so we'll keep a bit of a tally on just how many rounds it takes until Peasy can respond.
We saw how quickly that streak got out of control on the CT basis of map 1, so need to shut this streak down ASAP with the Danes. And positive starts for Forze can only really be disrupted by the rifle bases here at the Peasy camp. And they are playing bonus weapons because all 5 did stay alive. No sense in upgrading.
And the notion, if, of course, it comes through that Forze can qualify to the LAN event, make it to the main Masters, that would then edge the conversation of just how consistent Forze have been of an organization to be able to keep working high-end Tier 2 teams with international opportunities.
Now we saw them for the RMR. Clear them at the Masters would be all that more positivity, and obviously didn't quite make it to the major, was not nearly as close to some of the other squads that we have of the likes of Guild Eagles, Fnatic, etc.
Oh, I just mean like even the previous iterations, that they can kind of lose some of their best pieces and yet still be able to rebuild, kind of like endpoint to the higher end of tier 2.
Well, that's also true, yes. Those scenarios can apply. Peasy to apply themselves towards the gun buys again. Resell, however, once again the opening pick onto Roy, straight down from the second mid face in the apartments.
Do you reckon it is possible to have an entire map where we just do not change players and just watch Resell just to see what he's doing? Is it possible? Maybe for one gun round? Because, man, already 3-0 and getting the opening kill in the first gun round of Inferno, he's trying to make a statement.
Yeah, sick stuff from him in the last map and just continuing to do so here in the early portions of this one. Only at 10% of his ending capacity of the first map, so...
Yeah, let's see what percentage we get in at least the end of the first half.
Let's crunch some numbers as this one goes on, Dweg. M4 on him. Only half HP, though. But backed up by 2 other elements on the A defense.
Decent read of 3 on A. Smoke goes down to Library. Celta can only jiggle from Moto. Peasy are going to be up against quite a lot of this defensive, and time is starting to get stalled.
Gapping that smoke to work with. Celta flashed in. Fantastic double up. And looking for a triple. TMB feeds himself to the CT contact. Ultex 1 on 5. Bomb in full control of Forze, and that is a stellar follow-up.
And there's a few occasions, I wouldn't say this happens frequently, Jay, but we come into best of 3 series and we can be open and say it doesn't really matter what maps get played, the other team was just better. And I'm looking at this from Forze, of what I've seen on Nuke, and now what I've seen in the opening gun round of Inferno, and it just feels that they are, on the day, a lot stronger than Peasy.
I mean, that round is a prime example of it. Making it feel like an anti-eco round on a true rifle basis, and they still have the bonus weapons. They've upgraded to 4 AKs here on the CT side. This is overwhelming to start up for Peasy.
It's not only the timing of that flash assist to Long, but it's still to transfer those 2 kills. I mean, that's not easy to do for Celta.
One of many that are just doing work here for the Forza camp. Is triple. 1 behind Result, who's 1 behind Shelfie, the top fragger of the server. Meanwhile, Peasy have gained a single pick so far in these first 3 rounds. Round 4 will try and get at least a little something out of these upgrades. Damage would be nice to take those AKs out of the hands of the CT forces, and indeed TMB will catch Tadir off, but Shelfie is there to make sure he doesn't stay in T-side hands. They can't do much more damage with it. Wrap around out from Speedway. Gokushima is going to get pressured as Roy does get caught. His teammate out at spawn. Christo does find the P250 frag, so 3 versus 3. Celta, however, involved of his own right, maintains the man advantage and maintains dominion over the bomb. The second player also goes down.
A decent attempt there at the eco, and for a moment, it got threatening. There's no denying that one. When you've got an insertion point in CT, when you've got a rifle that gets recovered, for a moment, it could be on. But not to be. 4-0 from Forza. Peasy yet to even see the middle of a bomb site.
Rifles come back for them, including the AWP of Christo. Talked about his role fitting into the Peasy lineup at the moment so well, but we're yet to see them capitalize upon that potential in this matchup. Nades back ahead of the smokes. Molly's is standard towards the top of mid positions. The AWP is trying to hunt for a pick, but blinded on top of the wood barrels. Result just working out second mid as standard. Got a number of opening picks here, and he might look out towards the mid control to catch 2 players off. They have no idea of his insertion. There is also a presence in the apartments for Forza. Peasy rather flashed in, facing contact. Result does get his kill. Ultex responds.
It gets traded in quickly. Info still gets gained out there from brackets with just the ticking of feet out in the incendiary. Peasy working in brackets, trying to temper around. Out to Banana, though. There's not really much attention being drawn other than TMB at the mid-Banana position, and then you've got a very defensive Gokushima with the AWP on B.
Contact fall away and call for backup on the rotations. to be the marker that he's going to take, or hold the center of the bomb site with a smoke in his hands. Can just block off vision.
Lovely.
To the top of Banana. Christo does catch Celta out of brackets, though. Shelfie trades it back all the same. Again, 3-on-3 situation.
And they're making good info plays, Forza. I know it didn't work out and they lost the fight to the Orb, but it shows that they're comfortable. They're even doing it in the apartment. Shelfie's getting aggressive forward, and this should be the lean. That it's going to be a B play.
Christo trying to sell him on the A play, though. Back will be turned towards the player at Boiler as the smokes come down towards the cross. Man's caught, now down to the AWP of Goku Shima, seeing what he can find at Dark. He's waiting for them to get real aggressive here. Takes that first shot. Second player known about. Batline kept off by Refresh, but Goku Shima can lock in his double anyway. Forza 5-0 starts. Oh, Peasy might be in trouble.
I think they're in big trouble. I legitimately think Forza are turning into our proper dark horse in this entire qualifier now. I mean, realistically, what are they going to have in the next round? VP Prodigy? Man, this could be Forza going all the way. This is such a good performance for them.
Peasy's Inferno. Slowly but surely falling apart. Forza are doing absolute work. The faster tactics of Peasy going to try and see if they can overwhelm at least an ear here. Molotov down to the sandbags. They don't extend past the half wall. Celta extends up mid and actually does get caught by Roy. Tanir is in with the responsive though, and Result, he ain't done.
Roy is desperate to try and get that emphasis of the trade back. Forza are making so many aggressive maneuvers. They are trying to sandwich constantly the defaults.
Oh, Goku Shima gets caught off guard. Result. Rashid watching out the apartment. Shelfie outside a short long though. Takes down two. Ultek's forced to respond back to it. Damaging round for the CT side. They lose a bunch of AKs here. Rotates back from Tanir, aware that Ultek only has so many options. B could still be one of them with the mid position not being held of any contact. Forza haven't pushed aggressive there. Resalt's going to start pushing aggressive in a Boiler. Give up his life. It's all Tanir now to clutch.
1v1. Ultek is one of the best clutchers on this Peasy side. This is such a vital round to win.
40 HP for him. He's at the disadvantage regardless. Make his way out of the apartments. Tanir thinks he might have rotated. He's wary of that possibility. But checking out App's the right call to make. He should hear the footsteps in the bomb plant soon enough. Ultek's just clearing out all avenues of attack, but 20 seconds on the clock. That's plenty of time for Tanir to close in the gap.
It depends on where Ultek's plants as well. This could actually be a bit of a free kill for Tanir.
Behind the default box, covered off by the Moto smoke. Swing forward to the M4, sees his contact and wins it out for the triple. And for the Forza streak to continue.
So this is 14 rounds in a row that have gone the way of Forza. This is... I know obviously we're talking about the end of map 1 and the start of map 2, but from just even a psychological point of view, you have just been destroyed for nearly 15 rounds in a row. That hurts. That round was close. That round was a great attempt at a 1v3, but it doesn't come in. First bomb plant as well. Forza. They'll look at that one and say it got close. I mean, Celta got caught aggressively out from mid on a solo basis, so probably that was an unnecessary aggressive fight. But Forza are showing us a lot of positivity.
This is strong. Peasy.
Do you reckon this is the strongest best of 3 performance we've seen in this qualifier, yeah?
Quite possibly, honestly.
I think it is for me.
Results caught another pick to open up. Second mid dominance with his peeks into the apartments as the two players start working out a banana here from Peasy's part of things. A Boiler player of Ultek's cannot get anything against Celta. 5-on-3 gained. Forza just running riot right now.
It just feels individually they're losing every fight. Every 1v1 duel's just not going their way. Finally, they beat the AWPer, but they've still got a player at first oranges to deal with.
Smith smoke down over at the fountain, trying to play the edge of it. Call for backup because smokes are inbound for the T's all the same. To cross to Coffins. TMB trying to fire through said smokes and catch his man off guard. To near. Barely spots vision, but still locks on the kill alongside Celta with his support. One player edge of the smoke where barely been seen at point blank. Refresh can respond. He's all that remains though. 1 kill out of 4 required for this clutch. Bomb is on his back. He's waiting for the CDs to start feeding themselves towards the man. Walk past, engagement, burst through, eventually catches Result, but Shelfie is so quick to respond. Forza This streak is out of control. And before the break, you were saying, Blake, that Peasy probably aren't going to get rattled by losing out on Nuke. If they're not rattled, then when do they start getting rattled here?
It's legitimately been one of these best of threes. If we just siphon off that second half of Nuke and now what's happened on Inferno, where you can't even pinpoint what's going wrong other than the fact that Forze are just destroying you. Again, I think individually we're not seeing the impact players granted. We're not really seeing many opening man advantages. We're never really seeing multi-frags. So it's not helping that individually they can't get themselves out of trouble. But they're just being slapped about, and constant AKs are being saved from Forze. Xiaofi's the A player, who I actually think's been quite aggressive in this first half, and he's died once. So when you've got an aggressive player that keeps getting kills and just isn't getting traded, it hurts.
And even Resalt's doing the same thing. How many times has he peeked into apartments, got through second mid or faced in mid and just done so much? TMB, forward phase, boosting up one player above the half wall, hoping that there's an aggressive fight that they can take against Forze, but they just put the damage on a utility basis. The HE's down to ensure that they can't aggress on the rush and fall back to the bomb site.
Tanir just jiggling out here from the first oranges, bringing that third player in, and Forze should be either retaking top banana or at least having the AWP to work a pick.
Goku Shima.
Great timing.
Yeah, information play perfect. Third man's going to break away, get back into that A bomb site, join Result and Celta.
Oh, re-smoke apps too. This is so good to slow this round down.
Everything's so well timed. Peasy have got to walk contacts outside of Long, but the wraparound of the backstab is going to catch off Roy, and now they have Dominion over this site. Shelfie finding TMB, refresh with a responsive, sees that second player out there, but he's tagged up low. 12 points of health, and Galil looking to engage from Cristo at range, and the CTs must be aware that there's only really one option for Peasy. They are counting for a potential wraparound as Alltex does get Result, though. It confirms that this is going to be a 3-on-3 site take. Refresh gets Celta, but Tanir caught into the backline, suppressed by Smoke. He's trying to catch an angle on Peasy, but the bomb will go down here.
Just about. Just working those crossfires in from brackets. Tanir and Goku Shima, they're going to have a crack at this.
Staggered approach. Peasy. They start looking under that short presence. When do they start making noise from Forze? M4 and AK combination nades sent. Alltex somehow alive. 1 point of health for him. Checking bomb site, time continuing to tick away. They have to isolate these fights. Alltex gets involved with a fantastic spray transfer to 3. And at long last, Peasy have broken the multi-map streak.
The 15 rounds in a row is finally over, and you could sit here and say that that retake probably could have come in. I mean, that HE placement probably should get the kill. I mean, 1 point of health surviving. If that's a 2v2, they could just crossfire on the side directly. They could focus more in there at default. Just about. I don't know how consistent this is going to be, though. How consistent can you rely on moments like that?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Peasy do start to find opening picks off the back of that round. Momentum taken away from Forze, trying to swing back to the favor of the Danes, but TMB's efforts are rewarded with so much damage. 2 points of health for him, and look at Result here in the apartments. Press sees 2, only gets 1.
Oh, Goku Shima, though, might be able to respond off of the back of it. AWP is alone, so needs to stay alive after he takes contact.
Unawares that the player's walking out of Long, though, is just going to dry face. Sit shot onto Refresh, takes apps out of the equation, but Roy, or TMB rather, looking to cut, rotates back out towards top of mid. Look at him at underpass. Checked upon Tanir. Goes down next. Still low HP. Still finding impact. Forze down on the man advantage again as Goku Shima is caught straight through the smoke, and Celta is left on the clutch.
Just trying to see if he could work the edge of that util, but being pre-aimed. And we are seeing individuals on low points of health winning very key duels. That positioning, though, from TMB, I mean, that was necessary. They needed to cut the rotation from the bottom of Banana.
They had just checked underpass. It would have been a trade back, though. These rounds resting on a nice edge. The Peasy are just able to edge them out. Second to their board. Finally, Forze feel like they've been truly broken here by the Danes.
Yeah, they're going to have to work hard, Peasy, to recover this entire Inferno, but at least it's a way to get started. Couple of rounds, target the economy. There's not going to be much here from Forze come the next rounds. The M4 from Celta, maybe a couple of pistols around it, and that should be it.
See what he can gain as part of the hero rifle setup, because it is going to be upgrades for Tanir and Gokushima.
Well, they know that Celta's the A player, so there's at least that to know.
Sharpie also up into a P250, so really not much in the grand scale of things for Forza. Peasy happy to continue to work their confidence. Celta is going to press aggressive past mid. So many traces flying right past him. He looks in towards second mid, and Oltex will catch off his backup in Gokushima, who extended down apps. Result in from mid, ready to recover that M4 if it does go falling. And leave Shelfie in the apartments, caught back by Oltex.
It's a good movement there from Prezi. As soon as you see the aggressive mid-smoke and you know a rifle's going to be safe from that last round, you're expecting him to be on the front foot. You're expecting him to try and work an opening kill, and they just slow the round down. They're just not even taking top of second mid.
Forward face from Tanir. Very awkward. Those corners, lines up. TMB gets his 2 refresh. One back of his own. M4 does not stay for the Forza side. Doesn't find much impact in that round. Third to the border. Prezi rifles get brought back in by the CT side. Truly a decent response to establish the groundwork for the Danes.
For Prezi, I mean, 5, I think, has to be the goal here. I mean, any less than that, and you're going to be working with a very uncomfortable scoreline to recover. So getting this maximum potential at the end of the first half is warranted. An attack comes through from Forza too. I mean, they know that they've got them on the ropes. They know that they're in a very strong position, but don't allow the Danes back into this game.
Especially when 9-3 would look much more better than the 7-5. Deficits starting to get closed by Prezi. Trying to bounce back from the very, very slow start in their own map pick. Forza been on a tear. Prezi are their victims, but have a chance to really answer back against the rifle round. The glass cannon AWP is in for Gokushima, so it's really not perfect from Forza.
Only bringing 2 players out to be. Got punished in the last gun round when they went aggressive at the half wall. And this is a lot more disciplined for Forza. There is no quick early pressure applying anywhere on the map.
Just prods out slowly into defensive positions. Prezi walking their way up into apartments, walking their way up towards mid. Oltex. Crossfire's locked in. He doesn't even get a kill for it.
It's info, but it's a good setup there from Forza. And instantly, they rotate a third player over to B, maybe thinking that there's going to be a pressure point for Prezi to take top Banana and work with it.
Well, TMB is not going to help out with that misread. He was sprayed down doing damage onto Tanir. 17 points of health for him. Shelfie suspecting there's going to be some more out of this position. Meanwhile, on the A side, they start setting themselves up for Prezi.
Tanir maybe start rotating back over. He'll probably drop a smoke out in CT and make his way to long. TMB needs to drive more distraction, and without util, it's tough to do so.
TMB does stick around. They start pressing out towards Banana. Chance available. Gun barrel seen. A bit of an awkward spray, but low HP enough where Tanir can drop pretty quickly now. Forza are siphoned off per bomb site.
Info
the
play
walk will
out.
continue out towards the A site. You're right about that play forward from Result. Meanwhile, Shelfie's caught TMB and in towards second mid. They'll realize that nobody's out here. It's got to be a walkout towards short. The Orpa swings, catches the collateral for Gokushima, and Christo is all that's left. Mowed down by the glass cannon that fires away to bring in 8.
You might have an AWP as a stand-in, but we've got an AWP as a permanent fixture. That whole round is just based off of proactivity, lineup, see the bomb, everything for Gokushima, and Result wasn't even required. And I love that from Forza. They're always searching, aren't they, on this city side of Inferno? They're always looking of what's going on. That round should have been Prezi's.
And instead, the counter streak is broken going into round 12. Forza Couple of AKs to work with, one of which is on Shelfie for first port of call. Molotov's head of his position, not going to burn towards it. He's behind the stack, and the T's have no idea. Headshot gain, spray transfers back, does so much damage. He can't get that second kill, but half HP on Refresh and Roy.
Incendiary does just about go down, and they try and get on the front side of it. This is Refresh running into the open.
Tenir needs to win this fight. That's exactly what he does. Sees the second player. Roy can overwhelm the B-bomb site as Stelter goes down to Ultex. He's lurking out from mid, catching off Gokushima, who finally misses an AWP shot. And Result is all that left. HG's back against his opposition, but caught into a corner very far away from the retake.
Well, fair play to Ultex. He's won that round for Peasy. Rotations are trying to come in quickly. They wanted to siphon off the A players to get down for Banana to start putting emphasis on the retake. And he is just in such an awkward position in between mid and second mid. He comes up with two very impactful kills.
Oh, and Result can't seem to get the trade back. Any chance he would have had in this round has been negated. Not that he had much to begin with. Christo to remove the last, a fourth on the board of Peasy to just recover the T side, but still ahead by 4 is Forze.
At least Peasy can look at the tail end of that first half and say, we can fight. We can give them a go. But it's a tough-looking scoreline, and you want to say an opening pistol, an opening force buy, an opening rifle round could just be the ticket to close out this game for Forze.
And a respectable T side in the last Inferno that they were able to face off against Peasy on. Once again in that second half. Charge very quickly into brackets. Ultex standing with the Julies ready to receive. Crossfire not going to get broken down. Refresh with his kill. Looking for another pick back, but Gokushima returns to a 3-on-3 as Christo loses out towards Banana. They're going to go for the wraparound, but they run into the secondary trap of Peasy. Roy with his Julies. Crossfire alongside TMB. Drops the bomb. Selter's left to clutch.
And this round just keeps going back and forth with who's actually at the advantage. And this is workable, but this is tough.
Flash is sent. Cells are going to try and isolate each of these individual fights. There is one man out in the open that can get caught ahead of this truck. Playing around the tree. TMB. Quick flick to the head. Advantage for Peasy as they take the pistol.
And it's the right call there from Forze. You trade back evenly in brackets. You get a good returning kill there in Banana. Mate, you're going to split B. You're going to think that maybe it's a double long or it's a pit and app setup. So getting there at Speedway, maneuver over. Peasy just trapped those Deagles in a good timing.
Forze with a force back. Peasy with a way back into their map pick. CIS Squadron. Still aware of the advantage position they find themselves in to try and break Peasy right here and now would do so much more. Walking forward, Mac 10's first and foremost, mowed down by Ultex. Tech9 gets nothing. The Galila Gokushima can at least grab that bomb because it has been seen by the CT forces, but can't win the fight on the player over at Moto. And the crossfire is down low on the bomb site itself, about to swing towards him. Smokes in the way. Tenir does isolate one pick. Ultex right back on track though, containing, maintaining, and extending the man advantage here. Gokushima overwhelmed. Peasy connect 6.
No, Ultex is playing very well. Ultex has pretty much been the guy that's made the difference to at least keeping this map competitive. Some good rounds in the first. Now coming up there with a strong multi-frag. And Forze wanted to work a timing out in the apartment, start to spiral in. And he just denies any accountability straight away.
Two to the good on Forze. Upgrade pistols only for Forze. Peasy should be able to get to number 7 right here and now.
I remember what happened on Nuke, though. They had a really good eco still with probably the same looking buyer.
Tech9 doesn't get that much further here for Tenir. TMB gets his casualty together. Selter's already been tagged low as well. Roy with the follow-up onto Gokushima. Next man to the face. Falling out of position. Slow approach from Forze as they try and isolate some sort of pick back with this Deagle, but Peasy are offering them nothing.
I mean, it's crazy to think that if the next rifle round goes the way of the Danes, that they'll actually take the lead, and that Forze are up 7-0 at one point. At that kind of scoreline, you're not expecting much of a challenge to continue.
SMG of TMB takes his forward fight, takes his sprays down, does take a lot of damage back in return though, and Christo does get domed in by Shelfie. Crossfire's up short, nade sent towards his position, should do a hefty amount of damage, and indeed less than half now to 0.
You try and work out to Banana, you just keep getting re-smoked. The time is running low, so they'll eventually have to get a bit of a move on. Try and double up, try and see if you can trade these Banana players. Peasy looking comfortable.
23 seconds. Damaged up against Result. Delta running in, swing out, dead to right, some refresh, easy kill. The last player has to go down just for the money bonus more than anything else here. Swing of the Eagle does his damage, but refresh gets his kill. 3 to start off the CT side. Now it's a case of converting on the gun rounds here. Forze. First key challenge of the half.
Yeah, for Forze, they'll know that if we don't convert in quickly, we actually lose our edge, and we probably are going to that final map decider of Ancient. Keep that emphasis on. Keep up the strong display that we've seen here from them on Inferno. And Christo on the AWP. We haven't seen a lot of impact from him on the big green. This is his chance to do so.
Backed up by a FAMAS SMG and the 2 M4s. Peasy taking bonuses into the first gun round of the CT side. The nade sets, however, more than fine for them. Damage to Gokushima. Tanir killed off first and foremost. Blind sprays that could catch a good bullet, and that would be enough for the kill.
And this is just going to drive them further into the A site to maybe pop in through brackets. They've just lost way too much in Banana.
Driven away. Smokes on Peasy just to ensure that they have all those angles cleared up. Just wild firing from the likes of TMB. Refresh, just ensuring that no one's walking out the apartments. His teammate's going to be there to contest it. Short control established, and the third player will join the long defense, which is where Forze are walking up to.
They need to get this immediate contact. Flash around the corner in for Library.
Lovely stuff from Roy. Shelfie is caught dead to rights. 3 left standing on Forze, one of which is still on 3 HP. The other 2 start walking up long and have to try and challenge the likes of Roy here, but he gets a secondary kill. Third pick, not quite as viable. Celta known about. Gokushima somehow wins against Christo, but TMB is there for the responsive. Now they know where that bomb is. The CT is going to adjust towards Celta and his next kill back, but a 1-on-4 required to take this clutch. He's smoking off towards that B bomb site, trying to force more CT players into his position, but they're wary of the walk forward against him. 16 seconds, isolates another pick back. Molotov in his hands. Old Tex will punish that, and Peasy have equalised.
And Peasy have done very well in that round. The util sets and spam out to the mid and bottom Banana was just everything. Forcing Forze into A, the timing of that reposition out to Library with the flash that comes in high from the bomb site directly. And Forze are having a tough time in this second half. And what it possibly could be, Jay, is that both maps are so comfortable for both teams that they can show a lot of exploitation in the second halves on their CT sides where they feel most comfortable.
Trying to regain the lead over Forze. Recover what felt like an unrecoverable start. 7-round streak, 1 more since that point for CIS team, and Peasy. Half by only against their lead contention. TMB is forced out of the way. They're going in real quick here. He gets that 1 pick to near. Very fast drive-by. Smokes to cross. Bomb should get planted.
Yeah, this looks decent if they can go and get another pick. If they can drive in another man advantage. Double in from Banana, double in from CT.
Nades back. Roy struggling to get his pick in. Gets a kill back. A double up with a headshot that lines up in the end. To near with a trade back. They need that rifle. It's picked up into Shelfie's hands. But here come the rest of the CT side. Coming in from Banana real quick. Both players held back behind coffins. Flashes are sent. Look to engage that rifle. Damage up against Tanir. He burns and burns. And Shelfie goes down with him. Peasy find the retake.
And for Roy, that is actually mental that he gets 2 kills. He's getting properly overwhelmed. There's mass players trying to all fight him at once, and just getting that 2 was just enough to be able to work the retake. A decent utility with the incendiary out there to coffins, making it very uncomfortable for the last couple. For Forze, hey, look, it's expensive, and you try to take as many of the AKs away, but realistically, in those kind of situations, you're looking for the steal. You're looking for that round that's going to break them.
One stray bullet could have been enough to make the difference there in that round for Peasy. Difference to go their way. For Forze, a buy-up again to contest Peasy one more time. Orbs on Goku, Shima, and on Christo. TMB storming banana position ahead of the smokes. There will be counteractions as well over towards that A-bomb site. Nades that will clear up vision, do a ton of damage towards TMB. But no kills yet.
TMB doesn't see much in from Banana. Refresh is still aggressive out in quad.
Gets away from position with his teammate, but Result pops out of the apartment, gets 2 kills for him. TMB does his nothing towards Banana still. Result with his triple. What a sequence from him to continue his dominant run of form in this best of 3.
Mate, that timing is everything. Even with the resmoke, Apps, he's just walked out and he has just slaughtered the round. A 4K to come through from Result.
Man alive. 13 deep. Behind only one man, his teammate. TMB being hunted as well. Result, he wants his ace. Forze want to take this gun out of his hands, and if they do so, Peasy would have truly been beaten in this gun by 9 apiece, as Forze will equalize for their starting round of the T-side half. Result continues to press. TMB doesn't go down. Fortunate for him.
And for Peasy, it puts a lot of extent, though, on the last eco, with a few players dropping. You go into the rifle round, you lose it. They'll be able to buy the next rifle round. There's no problem, but the one after that could be the reset. Good sequence from Result. We saw a lot of impact from him out on Nuke, and that was his highlight moment on Inferno.
All squared up. Forze to break the backs of Peasy. Money invested in this round with no loss bonus to speak of for the CT Forces. Seltzer checking out long. Got one player towards Cubby. He's going to go uncontested for Refresh with his pick back. Shalfie very fast to respond.
AWP trying to post out from short. Shalfie bringing a lot of pace in Moto.
Last turned away from, leans in towards the player on the site. Christo's up, strikes Soltex, gets taken aback. One man out towards short. Christo's got to fall away. Site has been lost, but so has the bomb to Forze here.
They try and keep fighting in there to short, to near. Trying to get that entry, trying to get that bomb. Getting into the site. Resol's got another.
They get the plant down as well. TMB and Christo up for the retake. 2 players are extremely low on this T side. Shalfie at 17, Result at 37 to near. Might have to step up to the plate. He's on the center of the bomb site as TMB starts closing in. Christo's orb, hoping for a peek forward, but it's not coming his way. They're going to go ahead and save these guns. Forze are back in the lead.
Excellent trades. Really good work there from Forze. Out from long, 1-for-1. Into the bomb site, 1-for-1. And then eventually, Shalfie gets that one dome at the Moto position that makes it the man advantage. Jeez, it's coming down to a couple of kills. It's coming down to a couple of individual moments.
Since that streak ended, every round has been teetering. And for Peasy, it has stopped teetering in their direction.
Jeez, they're going to buy here. I'm surprised about that. There's going to be limitations on the util. There's going to be limitations on what Refresh can offer. They've saved in an AK and an AWP, but this is a risk to buy here.
Very late stage of the map. Peasy couldn't get going early. Allowed Forze to springboard momentum from map 1 to map 2. Recoveries of the CT side were set into a 4-8 scoreline, then to their 9th. And then Forze remind us who they are. And Peasy in for the most staunch reminder of them all. For Masters on the 2 of Altex and Refresh. Risky buy in round 20.
They are trying to get as many of those kits up as possible, especially in the hands of Refresh, rather than getting the extra bit of util. Forze. Win this game, or win this round, win the game. Simple as that for me.
Oh, nades on TMB and everything. Caught one to the face. Concussion City, and then a kill. Roy, only player to hold on to the B bomb site. The mass number of the T side players are making their way in. Backup is starting to rotate, but it's slow to arrive. If Forze hit the execution off the back of that opening kill, if they rushed it down, it would have been a site taken for certain. But as they stall, so do Peasy.
Turns into a double pump. Now they can break the smoke or just flash through it.
Molly centre back site, HG's come forward. They see one player in the back lines. Roy gets his kill in. Christo's AWP frag from beyond the smoke. One player sneaks ahead towards Cross. The bomb is on his back. They basically have to commit towards the B bomb site here, and if he gets caught in the back lines, that is all over in this round.
Oh, Roy's in an off angle. Out from Bernardo. Should be a 1-for-1 trade, and yes, it is.
2 versus 2. Plant. Need to be safe up here. They're still rotating back to position. They still can see Result going down to the likes of Ultex if he's not careful. That AK is hunting for another responsive. Instead, flashes are sent, and they are stalling this one out.
Oh, this should be a kill for Result. I don't know if Ultex is going to be aware of this.
This is the bomb. For the sake of the round, kill found. Where's the last? Coming in the back lines for Refresh. 1 versus 2, an all-important retake for him. Incendiaried off and everything. Smoke back to get him ahead of the game. Can he deny the plant? No, he's a little bit too late, but he does get Result. And Shalfie, he's just got to wait. He knows where Refresh is. He has all the info he requires. All he's got to do is play for the kill. The HE, though, might make a difference. 44 points of health for the last T-side player. Still no info back for Refresh on the defuse. He's going to check out Coffins, check all the way around the new box and Dark. He has no idea on the defuse. He looks to go, face back and a spray! Shelfie wins it, and Forza are on victory row.
Result's just too good, man. That 2v2, the way that he slows it in, the off angle that he approaches, he's not tucked out there in construction. He's not in an angle of a cubby corner. He is in the off, out in the doorway. HE stack, really good trades, a decent hold and effort there from Roy. He does everything in this round to try and keep it alive, but it doesn't happen. A 1v1 is what pretty much closes this best of 3 for me.
Pistol bases for Peasy. I think you might be right, Dweg. I think this one's nearly over. There's anything left on the Peasy camp to come from miracles, or there's a gamble stack to pay off for them. They've got 4 players on the B-bomb site where Forze were leaning into initially. They've got damage against them as well. If they commit here, that's their only chance.
The Celta trying to play the anti-flash. The HE's done a lot of damage. Oh, this could be scary.
TMB and Roy with a couple of picks back, aware of 2 individuals. Specifically where, however, is still a question that Result will answer for the first man. A second player should be known to be close on top of the boost. Now faced upon. Result's low, as is Shelfie. They have to be careful to protect this bomb, to protect his presence in the round. Gokushima with a strike back, but a CZ Refresh takes him aback. 1 player burns, falls to Shelfie. CZ also caught as he bails out his team, but Ultex is closing in. Upgrade pistol versus 2 slows it down.
Oh, this is so winnable for Ultex. We've seen him clutch before. Man, how has this round been so close? How has the low investment eco come to this scenario?
He's still not seen. The gamble stack worked out well. The blind shots through the smokes just about connected. Ultex continues to play this slow. We'll hear the utility coming out. Shot on. P250 picks it up. Mac 10 at range against Shelfie can still work, but going back to that AK is the better option. 16 seconds. The bomb is in the open. Shelfie needs to aggress here. Grab it. Try and plant it. Safe. Tap. Call his man forward. Try and get him to aggress. Try and get him to take a fight. Now he's got to prioritize that plant. Tapped again. Is he going to die and deny? Oh, the shot connects for Shelfie. He's got his triple. And Forza of a disaster.
It's back-to-back clutches. It's back-to-back Shelfie moments. 2 rounds in a row getting 1v1s. And for Peasy, you might say that that's just an eco. That could have been the biggest obstacle in this best of 3. That got so close. That got so down to the wire.
The difference between a 12-9 and an 11-10. Peasy now have to make up 3 in a row. Forza looking strong. It seems like that 7-round streak was more than enough to get them into the T side with potential success as they have sprung back into life. And look at this from Celta, straight up, Molotoved off by Refresh at least.
A resmoke can go down, and that slows the round even further. An aggressive approach, unsuccessful. Peasy have brackets, and they have banana.
Slow walks. Passive possession from Forze.
And the AWP goes to B. So the AWP gave info that he was playing out to long, and now they've moved all of the riflers from B towards A and left the AWP solo.
But he runs into the AWP at the T side. Gokushima wins that fight, and now it's full send from Forze. TMB trying to get out here, smoked off, going to get ahead of it, but he gets flash blinded himself. The T's are aware that he's close. They're going to be a little bit careful about crossing that bomb, but they will get it by for the plant in the end.
Get that bomb down. Look at Resalt still out here in brackets. He gets refreshed too.
His lurk is what wonders. Advantage now for Forze on a B site post plant. 4 on 3, he continues to draw attention away and keep that head of Ultex on a swivel. His teammates in Roy and TMB start setting up.
And this is where we need some magic, and it's probably going to have to be Roy.
Boost on his own part, half the time a ticked. No kits on any of the players either. Roy's cut down. Ultex responded to the same. And there it is for Forze, locking in the Dark Horse run for one more series. A 2-0 over Peasy as they find themselves in the semi-finals.
And for Forze, this is now 8 best-of-3s out of the past 12 that have been won on HLTV. Man, did they look good today. 13-5. And now another map where you're not even giving double digits. Oh, man. This Forze team is cooking. This Forze team looked really good today up against the Danes.
I have to agree. I really am stunned at how proficient they looked, especially in the second half of the first map and the first half of the second map. That streak of 16 rounds in a row between the two map-ups in the best of 3, that was utterly ridiculous. It wasn't just Result, although admittedly he was the key guy and the star impactor, but even so, the proficiency at which they played, this is a terrifying Forze.
And we spoke about it at the time. Losing Crad hurt this team. He is a pivotal player to the organization. He's a pivotal player with experience at Tier 2 and participating at Tier 1 teams. And you get Celta in, and you kind of think, oh, 1 for 1, it's not Crad. But the results speak volumes. The way that they're playing has struck here to a very good-looking Forze roster.
And it's something deeper than that, right? Because you're right, like, Celta is the key difference in terms of the lineups themselves. We have to be making a difference somewhere. Even though he's not necessarily the top guy of the board, you can see in rounds like this, he has his impact at his right moments. Again, for Forze, it's not a one-man show. Everyone is doing such great work off the back of this recent change in formation, and I'm here for it, mate. I can see them going all the way to the grand finals now. They've got VP Prodigy in the next round. That is so winnable. More than likely that they're the favorites in that series.
Yeah, they should probably 2-0 that game. I mean, obviously, we know that VP Prodigy have earned the respect after the series that we've seen from them, but with how Forze are playing and it being a CIS derby and the knowledge that they'll give them respect, that should be a series to at least get them into the grand finals. I legitimately think that we could see Forze in the main event.
It's entirely possible, right? Like, there's some teams that will sleep on teams like Forze. I hope Fnatic and BetBoom will not be one of them, because they will be in that grand final against the likes of Forze if they make it past VP Prodigy. In terms of this series itself, though, as I mentioned at the start of the show, Blake, this is a 5-0 record that Peasy had coming into this best of 3, and it's just been broken. For the first time ever, this Forze core have beaten the Danes.
Peasy were just outclassed today. They can maybe look at that one and say, oh, we weren't at our best, but as an overall picture, they didn't look in this game. They just could not contest. Forze were too strong for them.
And we're talking about the theoretics of Peasy and their own changes. The idea that Christos coming in now as the main staple AWPer in the place of Dupree, who seemingly is on the way out, right? The stand-in situation, it seems like it's going to be a bit more of a permanent basis from Peasy based on what we understand in the wider scale of the scene. But the fact of the matter is they haven't been given enough time to really have it come together and be the strong Peasy that we know. Yeah,
well, again, you have to remember that this is a Peasy side that had Nikodos, so had an AWP and played around the AWP. They then have transitioned for the last sort of couple of months in the majority of tournaments playing without an AWPer. So that changes how you play on the map. That changes how you want to create impact on the protocols and the setup. So it's going to take some work from Peasy to transition into having an AWPer again, but this is still a high-end Tier 2 team. They'll look at this one as a disappointment to not even take a map in this series, but I don't think there's too many concerns for Peasy whatsoever. This is only the 4th series in which Christo's playing with the boys.
Well, unfortunately for them, it's a series that they lose, and their first one lost with Cristo in mind there. Obviously, Peasy are going to try and redevelop themselves to go into events like A1, for instance, which will be their next tournament that they're competing in, and they will not be allowed to make their way into the Skyesports Masters because it's their one series they get, they're out.
Indeed they are, and for Forza, knowing that the last closed qualifier that you were in was in a grand final, you're pretty much expecting it to be a similar account. Again, a very strong performance of Na'Vi Junior in maps 2 and 3. They've now come into a game against a much stronger opposition, a serious difference between Na'Vi Junior and Peasy, and they've upped their game. They've looked so much stronger from the round 1.
Yeah, indeed they have. Again, like I said, this is a terrifying, absolutely terrifying Forza that, well, if they continue firing back like this, then again, there's going to be some serious testing moments for our new tournament favorites. And I'm a little bit speechless about this. The Dark Horse potential has truly come up to play, truly come up to show in this best of 3. If it wasn't obvious against the likes of caliber of Na'Vi Junior, it should be obvious against the likes of Peasy. 13-9, 2-0. What more do you say?
Well, you even mentioned what Fnatic and BetBoom are maybe looking at this team. For BetBoom, they actually played Forza not that long ago, and they got slapped about. They got owned. So now you kind of see what they do up against Peasy, and, I mean, every day of the week, we have to look at this series and say it should at least be going to a third map, that at least we're going to that finale of Ancient, and to close it in 2 without even giving double-digit scorelines in either map, it's a strong showing from Forza today.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I can only sing their praises high enough. And the idea that you have history against a team like BetBoom, who are in contention for the grand finals, who will be up against the likes of Fnatic in the other side of the branch and the bracket, that whole situation could really come to a head with the idea that Forza, if they face against them, can try and replicate, right? Smacking about Peasy, smacking about BetBoom, doing the same thing again in the grand finals. I expect they're going to be favorites and be out of the likes of VP Prodigy. Again, there is a serious path in which you do see Forza in Mumbai.
Well, for Forza, it could be back-to-back CIS derbies. They could go up against VP Prodigy and could go up against BetBoom, which will probably aid the side. Overall, though, for VP Prodigy, they're going to be looked at as the weakest team. I know, obviously, they got a 2-0 against Guild Eagles today, but at some point, you have to look at them as while they are still the weakest team, the team that can still surprise, because they have surprised in every best of 3 that they've played so far in this comp.
Well, I think in terms of looking at their potential head-to-heads against the likes of Forza, I look more at the eye test and the confidence in which Forza were able to play. And I feel like it's just a lot more proficient by the gameplay standard. Yes, the victory over Guild is fantastic for VP Prodigy, but just Forza are coming into a series which they've never been able to win a whole best of 3 against Peasy before, and they do it in just 2. Didn't even get a look in on Peasy's strongest map in the series. That just screams unbelievable confidence for Forza. So hats off to Shelfie, top fragger of the second map. Result, of course, dropping 30 over on Nuke. You can't complain about those two guys. Even he himself had his own impactful moment and second top of the board. For Peasy, again, it's go back to the drawing board, figure out how to work Cristo back into the team and adapt, as you say.
Well, even in those series that they had against Entropic and Passion UA and Sampi, we saw Cristo in the 7 maps played average a positive 36 KD difference and a 1.30 rating. He was farming in those series. He was having great levels of impact, and Forza actually did a very good job of quieting him today. Did not really get him on the AWP all that frequently. Map 1, I think Cristo had 3 or 4 AWP kills, and that was kind of it. And then obviously you come out here on Inferno and didn't get to see much from him again. So Forza really conditioned the likes of Cristo in this series.
Well, regardless of the details, the scoreline remains the same. The bottom line is all to play in the semi-finals for Forza. They move ahead in the bracket. They take on the likes of VP Prodigy, and we set ourselves for some very, very interesting semi-finals. Dweg, you were saying earlier you think that Fnatic and 3D Max, that winner of that series, or the winner of the semi-finals of Fnatic and BetBoom, those could be our 2 key contenders to make it to the finals. Having seen what you've seen today, Dweg, is your mind swayed by any chance?
I don't know. I look at Forza definitely being in the finals. Between BetBoom and Fnatic, I think I've still seen a little bit more depth for the international squad in recent history. But it is one of those days where, in all honesty, on the day performance could just be enough. Just one good map, one good showing, one good level of form of a single half could actually dictate the series as to go in either direction. For VP Prodigy, from a stylistic point of view, they could give Forza a little bit of trouble.
Well, as you can see, our bracket has been cut down to just 4 teams remaining. We've said goodbye to 8 of our 12, and by the end of the next 2 days, we'll find out who is going to the Skyesports Masters. BetBoom and Fnatic, VP, Prodigy, and Forze. Those are the semi-final matches we'll have set for you tomorrow because, well, we're near the end of the week, Dwayne. So much more to come, of course, in terms of those best of 3s and the best of 5 finals, like you mentioned a moment ago as well. So much to still see because, again, there's still a lot to prove for everyone involved.
Yeah, there is. And this just kind of recaps everything. That we've had a lot of European squads out here, but the CIS squads are the ones that have proven everything. 3 out of 4 here in the last couple of stages of the tournament. They're here to win, and they're here to try and get to land, like Aurora was able to do.
Yeah, it seems like CIS dominance in the Skyesports circuit is something to behold over the course of both Masters and Grand Slam, and here in the qualifier especially. We'll see whether CIS squads can triumph above all in tomorrow's semi-finals. We'll start off with BetBoom and Fnatic and move on to VP versus Forza at the same time, 12 a.m. CET. So make sure you're joining us back here for tomorrow's proceedings. For today, that's all we have for you. We're going to bid you all adieu, but encourage you to come back again because we've got 2 more days of action in the Skyesports European Qualifier.
just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. Dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el... Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tirolino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que... Nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el...